What's the matter? Scared? Don't hurt me!
New patients need this injection as soon as possible.
Wait!
Run for your lives!
Help! Help!
We've got to stop them. Bring you down!
and fast response. Of course, you know, this means war.
counting on you. Remember, teamwork!
Listen to me, and keep moving. An enemy squad is attacking the village right now. Yamato's defending it with gates he's created using wood style, but there are just too many enemies. You need to guard the gates with your life, so that they don't get inside the village.
C2 Dragon! Water Dragon Jutsu! Water Dragon Jutsu! Wide open! Yes!
Oh no, they got the gate. But we still have more. Don't chase after them. Go and protect the next gate.
C2 Dragon! Yes! Hey! Yes! Ha! Water Dragon Jutsu! Hey! Yes! Water Dragon Jutsu! Water Dragon Jutsu!
You need to guard the gates with your life so that they don't get inside the village.
Take this! Yes! C2 Dragon! Water Dragon Jutsu!
Go! You are getting away!
Yes!
Go! You are getting
Crystal Eyes Mirrors! Water Dragon Jutsu!
Hey nigga, check out this 50-meter water dragon.
Water Dragon Jutsu!
Huh? Who could forget the...
C2 Dragon!
the C2 dragon? The 60-meter water dragon.
Water Dragon Jutsu!
What the shadow? Right about there.
Water Dragon Jutsu! C2 Dragon! Hey! Hey!
Some
stand our ground here.
Somebody, ninja house. Tap, tap. Hey. Yes. Yes. Water dragon jutsu. C2 dragon. Hey.
Gotcha!
Water dragon jutsu.
Oh.
Take this! Gotcha! C2 dragon! Water dragon jutsu!
Do better on the high spirit.
Water dragon jutsu!
Water dragon. Thirdly, yeah, the C2 dragon.
Over here! Water dragon jutsu! Take this! C2 dragon!
I wonder if that you play
Water dragon jutsu!
can really let that fuck out. They call it the green beast or something, the blue beast or something like that.
Water dragon jutsu!
It's just like struggling until beat. Exhausting. Dang, I didn't get enough. That's very very humbling. I've been humbled. Maybe you don't get it as much. I'm trying to figure out the speed running or the mission. You get the most points and the most money. And you might not be protect the gate, but yeah, make the trial version. Give it protect the gate. The light version. Yeah, cause like some old, if it was like, I don't know, if it was like 98 or something, or 2000, you know, parents wouldn't buy us the game, and we had something like be in the light version forever, but they don't like you any action mission to do. Selling merchandise. The deal me selling merchandise. How could I hate women wear clothes to somebody buy this? Or cosplay and need a reference model. With some modifications, naturally. Not like, I don't know, straight to paper. I don't think so. To like a YouTube short.
I'll take this one.
Yep. A little bit more. Just a little bit more. There you go.
Yes! Ha! Take this! Yes! Ha! Yay! Yes!
Might stick with a cigarette. You don't get enough. The Kabuto one's just too annoying, cause I can't do it. So I should do it, cause I know I really don't want to.
Yay! Yay! Ha! Yes! Ha! Yay! Yes! Yay! Take this!
Supposed to rest today is Sunday. Oh. Get back.
Remember,
right.
teamwork!
Listen to me and keep moving An enemy squad is attacking the village right now. Yamato's defending it with gates he's created using wood style. But there are just too many enemies. You need to guard the
Except the
gates with
poles
your
still
life
working
so
for
they
a
don't
weapon
get
usually.
inside the village.
Yes! Water dragon, come on! Hey! Nice shot! C2 dragon! Water dragon, come on! This should do it.
Here's my thing, right? I don't think it matters the range weapons you have.
Yes! Take this! Yes!
Maybe like the healing spray. You're not
Water
stopping.
dragon jutsu! Yes! This should do it!
Force the distance on you. Might not be possible. I'm trying to find one where I don't break the game. I like some game balance. So
Enemy reinforcements.
trying to figure out how much damage it does. These accessory effect. It gives you mission ninja tools. Recover fast. Natural healers won't keep running.
Take this! Water dragon's crystal ice mirrors!
Yeah, with the ice mirrors, they'll probably get melted.
Water dragon
Ball
jutsu!
jutsu. That's why she was the Mizukage. Something like that, probably. You're like the
Water dragon jutsu!
barrage of paper bombs is way more powerful than that particle style bullshit.
C2 dragon! Water dragon jutsu!
Kinda cause that's what it look like. Let's be real about it.
Water dragon jutsu!
Alright, they're doing particle style. What do you do? They should just like seal that shit away, huh? Yeah, I'm gonna seal that away here, right here in this room. That's how this shit works.
Water dragon jutsu! Yes, it's going well!
I'm gonna seal that particle style away, cause just seal it in this room.
Enemy reinforcements.
Water dragon jutsu!
Yep. Let's do it. ice and beer. There we go. I should have used it right there.
Over here! See two dragons!
It's relative, huh? So cool. That's for sure. It says them over there, apparently.
Water dragon jutsu!
What kind of bear is it?
They're
It's not a
retreating.
polar bear, right?
We won.
Alright then. Shut the fuck up. If it was a polar bear or something, I'd be like, you know, hey. But it's not a polar bear. Is it? Yeah, they know how to let you down, that's for sure. I try and get on. And they shut the damn server off. The whole server goes down.
Wow!
You know, I think it's even the case where protecting the gate of the village is this thing with Conan, where she's the one that shows up. Byakugan. Alright, we need to test this. I seen somebody do it, but not to the degree. Basically, like I told you, you should be able to, like, you know, use Byakugan through Izanami. Should. I guess you kind of want to see their eye, huh? Should work out. Anyway, Byakugan, Palm Siege, Izanami. So the Byakugan is supposed to be the Sharingan evolved from, unless you're an Uchiha clan member, and then you can just potentially go straight to the Sharingan. Byakugan has other variations of it. Other paths.
Let's get started!
I erase all who oppose me.
I'm
going to fight.
Is only for
I'll fight to
myself.
win.
How do I like use this?
Put up such a fight our chance.
Yeah, like you gotta use it first. The reason I did it is because I don't know how to activate Izanami. I don't know what the fuck it does. In the game. In all the other ones, it's like it's a Genjutsu. Silsure Ninjutsu. So how long is Byakugan going to last? You have to cast it first. You gotta put up the Byakugan first. You gotta wager that. So you can see their eye, fool. So you know what's going on, I guess. I don't know. I was never like, yeah, I'm gonna use the Byakugan. There's the Renegon. What are you talking about? Alright, Madara. Like, who's he get possessed by? Some lady with the Byakugan. Fuck you. Fuck you, nigga. Madara with 2 Renegon. Just completely overpowered by Kaguya with just the Byakugan, cause with just the Byakugan. Pay attention.
Finally, we can fight!
I erase all who oppose me.
Let's do this!
I'll fight
Yeah, see? With the Byakugan. This nigga got the Byakugan. What do you mean? What are you talking about?
Let's win the next one, too!
He went blind. Like, yeah, just use the Byakugan. Now, if it was like Izanagi, right? You just like Byakugan. But like with the Izanagi, they were like the eye closes, so you go blind. You just Byakugan through it. We're gonna go one more time without me talking. Actually, you know what? I kind of think isn't that the fucking point for my damn YouTube short? I don't know what you would do with this shit though. It's just Izanami. What good is Izanami to you? What good is an Izanami truly? Talking about I don't know what I'm talking about. They have it in the game because it's the same thing.
Wait until you see what I've learned!
I erase all who oppose me.
No one can stop me.
Izanami. And they're not blind. There's no debuff.
This way.
I did think it was a little weird that the Akatsuki didn't have a Byakugan use, but I feel like 'cause their loyalty to the people, they would never allow it or something.
That was a good fight!
6 paths. Like little GR clan brats. It's not Sinju. You need Hashirama's chakra, which I mean ain't too difficult to find, honestly. Just get you one of them Zetsu's Kabuto made. And like that arm that Madara lost. Or like some of their hair, I guess. I don't know, bro. They said you need their chakra. It's about the chakra, like anybody that's ever had the Renegon through pain just like has it. Like Kakashi, he could use the Sharingan that Obito gave him based on their chakra. Well, it's like, I don't know, paper with the Byakugan, you kinda, if you figure out some like evolution of it where you can cheat death. You can cheat death. Like the old Tsukis, when you bop them, they like use their Byakugan to try and grab onto your karma, right? Not your chakra. Assuming that you don't have chakra in your body and you kill them to grab your karma. Well, apparently they can't latch on to it because you killed them or something, I guess. I think that's like the lesson. Because you killed that nigga. Like, you killed him and you let him get your chakra. Your karma, excuse me. Now they had this one scene where Boruto has to like steal all this chakra from Naruto or something. Because he doesn't have enough to do with his goddamn soul. He don't have enough power. Nowhere near enough power. Yeah, that's pretty good for a YouTube short. I sure hope it is. Let me check. Make sure my audio level is acceptable. I don't like to yell into the microphone. Now you start speaking up, motherfuckers be like you're yelling at them. So, like, you know, no, I'm not. I'm not yelling at you, piece of shit. Like, well, I didn't yell at you that you were a piece of shit. That makes you feel better. I think it should. Cause you acting like a real piece of shit. Duh. Yeah, I know exactly what it means, cuz. You're a piece of shit. What's difficult to understand about this? nothing. There's nothing difficult to understand about it. You're a piece of shit. Cause you know I'm not going at you. Yeah, people like that ASMR bullshit, so I'll take my time and breathe. Do we need to go watch you get devastated again? Yeah, you do need to know if somebody can pull that shit off. Like, well, it's possible, right? Because, you know, that's what I do. That's how I think about this shit, cuz you'll think, alright, there's some asshole out there, right, who's using Izanami without the Byakugan, basically. It's like, what are you doing, stupid? What the fuck are you doing, cuz? Now, let's go watch somebody's Izanami build. And like laugh at how retarded it is. Why? Because they're not using Byakugan to like negate the negative effect it has. Yeah, but the effects negated on me. The negative effect on me is negated. Oh man. Yeah.
Got
no,
Marvel
it's on tears.
3 happening today, but it's a little bit different.
Vampire. They all that Vondel. It'll be like when you're a vampire, you don't have anything to be afraid of except, you know, everything else. I know how I'ma fight. Shinobi Striker Izanami. Shinobi Striker Izanami build. There you go. Just to like make my point real quick. Who's got the shortest? Did they do it? No. Look at them, they're blind. Well, it's just Itachi, so. Yo. Where's the Byakugan code? just stuck forever right now.
I don't know about you, but I know.
I'm gonna get a copyright claim yeah, oof. Cause like, you know, I would have made a video in the past. Somebody be like, no it doesn't, and then you know it's in the game, cause it's like Byakugan. There was all this discussion. You could have a Byakugan and a Sharingan. Yep. Got demoted to the Hyuga clan, which is why it looks like Neji, huh? Neji Rama, Hashi Neji. Hashi Rama Hyuga. Senju Hyuga, there you go. Hyuga Senju.
I walk along.
Yeah, somebody.
I walk along.
It's 2 people now.
I see these niggas.
Oh, they already used it.
I got you.
Yep.
Move said go good with them purple little swallow thing. That should be OP.
He's using every single.
Huh.
Boy, I kept dodging the fuck out that boy. Boy, you stupid.
Yeah, whoever did it, that's what matters.
Azor, get your dumb ass back.
He's way smarter than y'all niggas, cuz.
Purple lightning, bitch, you not finna get me.
Way smarter.
Oh
Considerably smarter than y'all. Yeah, they are. They gotta deal with some type of bullshit.
Hey, the whole
Both the healer got her O too.
They do it. I mean, I don't know how long the Byakugan was.
That move set
Nah, see, it's like it's recharging.
black all things, them bitches fire together.
We got killed here. Watch it.
Okay.
Yeah, I said Naruto little new move said go good with them purple little swallow thing. That should be OP.
Yeah, it didn't go blind.
Hey, I still can
But it still walks your jutsus, huh? Damn, that's tough. I thought the Byakugan was so your jutsu still get locked. But that's why they use taijutsu anyway. That's what the General Fist is. They don't use ninjutsu.
watch out for. I was just gonna say watch out for their oats.
Oh shit.
Did I just kill it? Oh, I just killed the platy.
But it like
what a platy is? This the one right here. Come on, man.
I don't know.
Let me know when you guys gonna reset.
How much time you get? I'm gonna do the palm siege joint, cause you can move. You can't move while you do whatever they're doing. And it didn't charge his ultimate jutsu or nothing, really. There's like the lighten boulder.
It's an easy fucking turn back.
If you really are gonna do taijutsu, cause you can.
Man, this bitch ass nigga, man, he come hit me from behind. Come on, man, let me kill the planet, bro.
And then, you know, the heavy from a healer, he'll break your guard.
No, bitch.
Gary time.
Oh boy.
Okay, so what charges it a
I
little
just
bit?
seen that shit too.
But you're a healer, cuz. You can't,
I just
like,
popped Byakugan in the scene and they
can't be
had that
getting hit
motherfucker. Oh, and he hit me with it.
with big ass fucking ultimate jutsu. You don't have as much health.
Oh, man. Wait your turn, boy. Maybe
Now,
be on
like,
your ass now,
a
bitch.
defense type.
Always
That
doing
nigga
the
live. Oh boy.
The attack.
Wait your turn,
Alright,
boy.
so
Maybe be on your
the Byakugan is like having wall hacks.
No, bitch.
always doing
That nigga live.
He's just like ignoring this nigga. Is
The
there
attack.
really some like Q
Wait your turn, boy.
or someone with an ultimate looks different?
Be on your ass now, bitch.
always
That
doing
nigga
the
live. Oh boy.
The attack. I just seen that shit too. I just popped Byakugan
Maybe.
in the scene and they
If you know
had
the
that
animation,
motherfucker.
I
Oh, and he
guess.
hit me with it.
Hey, here go this nigga.
I'm going to be.
Just gotta know the animation. Oh.
That nigga behind me steady hitting me with
Alright, like could
Hey,
Pain
this attack finna have they oak.
or Nagato have spam
Oh, this shit finna be on good though.
Chibaku Tensei? Probably.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. GG.
If that's like all he's gonna do, probably. You'll be like blah blah blah. Like nah, cause Sasuke he won't use an almighty push a lot. He only uses universal pull. Like I don't know.
Hey yo, what is good, Uzumaki family? Welcome back to Hey yo,
HE the one. What? Oh, that's HE the winner. Oh,
yes,
that-
sir.
Yep. Some people seem to understand it.
Yeah.
Then there's the feather illusion, which you can just break out of by doing a release like instantly, which they go over very clearly. Just a regular release will break the feather illusion jutsu, nigga. Fuck you.
Honestly, probably the triple cap. I ain't gonna lie. I'm finna advocate or something. No, fuck you. I know I did that. I did it just in time. No, he didn't get that shit. We good.
Yeah, it needs to see this.
In time. No, he didn't get that shit. We good. I did it just in time. I swear I did.
Get abducted. Huh.
Yeah, it worked. Yes. Don't down back. Dead. No, fuck you.
Man, a lot of stuff happens there.
No, fuck you.
You get the Byakugan and the Sharingan, and then the Rinnegan.
No, fuck you.
Slow motion.
I know I did that. I did it just in time. No, he ain't get that shit. We good. I did it just in time. I swear I did.
Huh.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, well, Sasuke with an unpure Rinnegan. Like, no, it's not more powerful, stupid. That heavenly hand power, maybe. Huh? Can't keep using it though. Huh? Okay, I want the slows. Huh. Well, some people figured this out, and some of y'all didn't. Well, I'm only clicking on the ones where it looks like they figured it out. Because they weren't blind either, mind you. They were not blind. And they didn't use the Byakugan at all. They're probably gonna be blind. Oh, they're not blind. Yeah, see, he's blind. They weren't blind there. Point is when somebody's blind. If you blind, you're garbage, nigga. Shut the fuck up. Garbage. Look, if you're blind after you use it, you're trash. Yeah, see. Garbage. There you go. Garbage. Your kitchen is garbage. He doesn't use Izanami. I don't think they have one. See, you see their clothes? It's like, yeah. Women's will buy that, huh? Nah, they'll buy it. They'll wear that shit. What's that? The Ombu clothes. Whoever the fuck. They don't have it either, cuz. Were they blind? Did they use it and go blind? There could be some other way around it. They used it. Well, they're not blind. Oh no, they were blind. Yeah, garbage. But they'll buy it. See, it's like, cause you're like, cause you get the Renegon, I guess. I don't know. Alright, like in the other one, right, they get the Renegon, but in this one, they don't. That's my point. Yeah. Case in point. But neither time did they go blind. Alright, how do I know? Because their jutsus are locked. They activated it, and then they launched it. Yeah, when you think about it, it's like, how would the infinite Tsukuyomi work on a blind person anyway? Like, yeah, what are you doing? Cause they're blind. I said, I'm blind because what's that gonna do? Yeah, Itachi. If he was alive, it doesn't work. Infinite Tsukuyomi doesn't work on reanimation. It's like the lights gotta appear over him, right? Itachi's blind though. They do it at the right time, truly. Nah, who's blind, cuh? Who's blind? And then they didn't get the Renegon at all. I don't like the Byakugan. Can just instantly break the shit. If you're not paying attention. It's kind of like foolproof is the idea, I guess. Because it's a path of the Renegon. It'll have some immunity. Yeah, like the infinite Tsukuyomi, the infinite Izanami by the Renegon. Renegon, infinite Izanami. Itachi was like the Tsukuyomi. Counter it to some. It's Izanagi. Izanagi countered by Izanami. Cause why would I ever use it? Just to get out of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Crazy. It's the Byakugan. It's like mandatory. You had to have it. I don't know a healer with no healing jutsu. That's crazy. Chakra rebirth. Not like a karma rebirth. Yeah, this is the type of footage. Some good footage right here. I'm still trying to figure out how they're not blind. And they break out of Not blind. No Byakugan. Let's get some stuff. What's that fucking shit called? I got some. I should just do it right here. Right? I do want to do all these damn missions. Finish them all. Sage Jutsu's cut. When I saw that, yeah. Surge. There's one haven't done. Maybe not them. Got it though. like one where I can stay mobile. Just because it's assets for these. Alright, and then just for footage. Yeah, maybe somebody will watch it, maybe somebody won't. I don't know. I don't really worry about it. I know that I'll watch it. That's about what it boils down from. Like, well, you know, ain't nobody else make it but me, so I'm like, of course I'm gonna watch it. Made it so I could watch the shit instead of thinking about it. Like, oh well, you know, think about some other shit now. I'm missing something, cause why you think I give a fuck? So I had to, like, in real time.
Let's rank the 8 ways.
Ultimate Ninja Storm, all ultimate no HUD. Fuck you, nigga. You feel me, PlayStation? YouTube's a real little piece of shit sometimes, don't you think? I don't blame you at all. I blame YouTube. YouTube gets all fuckety. Everybody knows this. Trying to push their agenda.
倒せるのは同じ血を持つ者だけだ。勝とう。応援球。遠いもの、そろそろ眠ってもらおうか。
Let's fight! That's the spot! Close-range jutsu!
Alright, that should have did it. I'm gonna see it in the playback in a couple of moments. Yeah, looks good. Looks alright. Won't be too long. It looked fine. Looked pretty good actually. Just gotta edit that a little bit. I don't think there are any more that I really care to examine. Oh yeah, the particle style. Ah, damn, getting that. I should have got that. Shadow boxing is like impossible with this costume, with this weapon. You know, I started off.
Huh? Now.
Right here. And this training. And I got the full game. Some of y'all who didn't. Wow, it's Mardi Gras. He's gonna fuck some bitches.
Let's go, team!
Okay, let's start with the basics.
Yeah, so, you know, this training mode.
Try moving over towards me.
You get like unlimited amount of time here, basically. Oh yeah, I need the Star Wars shit. You should work on your movement. That's fucking loud. Let me see here.
Wix. One platform.
I came here to win!
Okay, let's start with the basics. First comes movement. Try moving over towards me.
Man, I don't hear it like nowhere near enough. Motherfucking fire trucks going around, nothing. Ain't no ambulance. Fuck. Where's the ambulance? No metro, nothing. Do you even live in a city cut? Some people get on the train every day, cuz.
New arrivals are in at Dick. The big game, plus...
This one's kind of like... Everybody's gonna cycle for shit, anyway.
Did you know it's made with coffee milk? It's sweet and creamy, by the way. Chocolate!
And if it ain't you, we gon' know. Yeah, we gon' know.
get done with clicking a Wix gives you the freedom to tell your story with a and present it the way you envision it. From the biggest ideas to the smallest details. Your website, your voice, your platform.
Oh, sorry.
No worries.
Oopsies. You go.
No, you go.
Oh.
Go for the handful.
This is Sport Talk. Transfer is available to green and yellow lines on the lower level. Doors opening on the left.
Russian yards, passing yards. And kick, fuck.
Doors open. Step back to allow customers to exit. When boarding, please move to the center of the car. This is your red line train to 11. The next stop is Orphan Catholic
This is passing the wall.
Step back. Doors open.
Because the touchdown was only worth 2 field goals. We're going to maximize our time. Fuck the game, we might as well kick 2 field goals. All possession. I'd rather us get a guaranteed 3-point field goal versus, like some type of rush down the field. Excuse me. Where we had to like punt the ball away, or we're just kicking shit and like this was crazy. We talking about 1 minute, like what the fuck? You want a nigga to punt the ball away? Are you joking? You joking, right? Punt? Alright, it's like this cut, right? If you're going on motherfucking ball. If you were ever going to punt, why not just kick a field goal? Explain that.
no dirty cop. Where's that backup? Someone's going to bring you to justice.
The $6 meal deal is here. It starts with Dunkin's legendary coffee, a toasty, melty bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, and a crispy, crumbly order of hash browns. It's kind of the biggest deal in breakfast. The $6.
money for Timmy's operation.
See you boys almost done?
One. Apologize for termination.
Alright, who's first? Riddler, you messed with the Joker, and now it's time for the punchline.
Look out!
Luxuria.
When the sawdust settles and the engine finally roars, the thing you care about most is a job well done. But when you get
up there. You can't.
screen.
Hey! I'm one of the good guys! Hey, watch this! I'm on your side!
Terror.
Target coordinates transmitted. Alpha protocol. Systems failing. Subduing target. Alpha protocol. Scatters. Critical damage.
fire in my veins! Ow, that really hurt! What gives? Run! Run!
Run!
Venom rules! You smash that like cardboard!
Sell sweaters and sneakers. Buy this year's vacation outfit. Sell last year's vacation outfit. Buy secondhand clothes that are cheaper than retail. Sell it all with no subsidy. You just have to buy something new. Fashion doesn't have to cost a thing. Buy, sell, welcome to me.
Venom is supposed to make me invincible. Oh man, make it stop! I don't know anything, I swear. You just made the last mistake for life. Ow, that really hurt. Listen here, cuz. If you wanna be in, here's your first test now. They won't stand for this.
Here, you two-bit criminal!
No!
yourself. Where do we live? Do we have kids? Are we like so happy? I don't want to tell you too much and ruin the surprises of life. Ta-da! It's our missing pinky toe. Oh, that has not happened yet. My old ass. Rated R.
Run! Run! Please, that's... I hope that you...
Oh my god! Do something!
Run for your life!
Got to help! Oh no! Run for your lives!
was some good stuff. That was some pretty good stuff. Yeah, kids, motherfuckers, they take my nitro again. Like, yeah, I remember this. This has only been like not that people ever stopped doing this shit. Not that we're talking about that. We're not like, you know, people stop taking nitro. It's just like, it's nitro. You could die. I don't know, like use I mean, the thing with Yu-Gi-Oh, right, is like cards are the cards. Even if there's somebody else's signature, or like, they're just the cards. Look at Chad, right? Where he like picks up all those dual spirit. Anytime he gets a card. And the card's got a dual spirit.
Alright, you guys. Here is a female fitness influencer with no fitness.
Maybe. Chad picks it up and then like interacts.
And prepare to be disappointed.
It's me with the bullshit ball.
May 24, Sony's State of Play is a semi-annual event where you see the slow and steady decline of gaming as a whole. With each passing year, we go further and further into the digital dark age. Concord was debuted.
You don't have enough games.
Trailer of a lackluster Euro shooter almost 10 years after the trend had died. I guess Sony didn't get the memo and completely ignored what happened to Bandai with Gundam Evolution nearly 1 year ago.
I need to play
Big Bog fix my game.
Something wrong. Needless to say, the reception was less than stellar. The game trailer was ratioed into oblivion, a sign of what was to come. Despite the apparent lack of interest in said game, Sony announced an episode of Concord on Amazon Prime show called Secret Level, 2 weeks after announcing the game was being shut down.
What? PlayStation's Concord to feature an Amazon Prime Secret Level, an episode dedicated to the beloved PlayStation Studio titles.
How can you do a video on a beloved title that just came out and nobody seems to like it? Oh well, guess that's gaming. Sony was convinced that this game was going to be a massive success, with custom controllers.
Yes!
Major marketing campaigns.
Here's my review. Not gay enough.
You couldn't get away from Guardians of the Dollar Store Galaxy.
Yeah, that trailer, that moment is such a tiny slice of everything that we've been working on for years and years and years. We're excited for the game and for the IP to be, the game to be in people's hands, the IP to be in people's minds. I think I'm personally very excited for the IP for folks to delve into the Galactic Guide if that is something they choose to do, for these vignettes to come out on a weekly basis.
Computer says no.
But I'm talking about you.
For the modern audience.
I made a lot of sense.
For everyone. 16 characters to choose from, each one uglier than the last, with exquisite design ranging from fat gay robot to fat dumpy lesbian, and everyone's favorite, the black transsexual woman, based on a real transsexual musician you've never heard of in your life.
Yes, it is. Oh my god.
Oh my god, can I help him?
Yes. Did you design that game?
I'm in the game.
Oh wow. Can I see?
So yeah, there's a character, her name is Baz.
That's you?
She's a knife martial artist. What? And it's me.
Find your own game.
You know the game Grand Theft Auto 5?
Yes.
My good friend is one of the main characters.
Riveting.
Musician Mila Jam makes history as first playable black trans woman in a major studio video game.
Delicious. I can hardly hold back the wonton flu.
If you actually stop to read the bio of Baz, it sounds like something I would have saw on Tumblr literally circa 2011.
Ugh. Good lord, gaming does suck, dude. Go outside.
Shockingly, heavy focus on DEI, pronouns, and horrendously ugly character designs didn't win people over. It was wrapped up in a beautiful rainbow-colored bow. But the bigoted gamers refused to accept the gift that keeps on giving. Concord's gameplay consisted of the usual hero shooter tropes that have been done over and over again for years, if not a millennium. Outside of the progressive character designs, Concord had nothing new to offer gamers.
So I played the Concord beta for 5 minutes. Get this shit out of here.
We even downloaded it? That's crazy.
Embarrassing. My God. Man, these devs are so lost. They're lost. Ugh. Terrible.
And in this genre of gaming, the shooter lives and dies by its character design. If people aren't hot for the character's booties, you're not going to make any money. It's how life is. Piece it together. People are coomers. Judging from the senior concept artist at Firewalk Studio, she was having quite the Twitter tantrum. Pretty soon, these weirdos will have no games to buy at all. Wow, you mean I could play Nothing or Concord? I guess everybody took Nothing. There are no good games now. You get one once a year at best. And consoles are now going to start costing $700 plus. How can Sony justify the PlayStation Pro's price when one of its major games was Concord? There's nothing that can convince me to give them $700 plus another $180 for a disc drive if I happen to have hard copies of games.
Get stuck.
Goodbye. Artist at Firewalk Studios also did her own rendition of Evangelion, and this should be seen as a criminal offense, if not an international incident.
Uncle Roger sad now.
Jesus Christ, dude. Look at these character designs. If I wanted to see a fat, angry black woman, I'd watch a police body cam video and call it a day. What do you mean the microphone's on?
On July 18th, the open beta for PS5 and PC dropped. If you pre-ordered the game, you would have gained early access to it. The game was plagued with bugs, glitches, stutters, overall poor performance. Concord promised no paid season pass, no paid skin. The people were beating down the doors to play the game. At least that's what they thought would happen.
But do they at least have good consumer practice?
No battle pass,
folks.
You own Concord. Concord doesn't own you.
Not a bad deal if I say so myself. Please, I want a
free battle pass.
Only 1,200 people signed up to play. This massive failure showed the game was dead before it even launched. Netizens quickly ran to social media to dance on Sony's grave. The eagerness to grave dance on unpopular games has become a bad habit. The phrase pinnacle of AAA was a scathing review of the 10-minute launch trailer. Many called them the bargain bin Guardians of the Galaxy. A cinematic trailer that highlights the by-the-numbers character tropes and story that appealed to only the most hardcore of consumers, or as Friedrich Nietzsche would call them, the last man. Haters just picked up a physical version of this bad boy, so I can play forever.
World DLC.
This is fine. I'm okay with the events that are unfolding currently. That's okay. Things are gonna be okay.
Many content creators began dunking on this mid-game because it was finally safe to take a unfiltered dump on unchecked wokery. At the core of the issue, was a generic shooter that put more effort into representation than making a unique experience. And people are wise to that now more than ever.
Concord's beta,
Yeah,
early access is this
sure.
weekend, as was already planned, July 12th to 14th, and then there's going to be another weekend next weekend, July 18th to 21st. However, you guys might recall that this original weekend was for people that pre-ordered, and then people would get 5 codes to share with friends, or I guess 4 codes.
I'm type of nigga where it's like, I'll be like,
And
hey,
then today they
what
just
y'all
announced,
doing?
no, it's going to be open to everyone with PlayStation Plus account.
While you're like having your little war or whatever with
At
each
least
other,
from
I'm like, what are y'all doing?
I mean, he asked, like, is this because...
Oh, you don't see all these monsters and shit I'm fighting, man.
Yeah, this reeks of Dreams early
Wonder
access.
why.
Right. That's right. What Dustin's referring to, people might remember, is that when Dreams was in early access, they were like, we're only going to sell a limited amount of copies, and then we're going to shut it off so we can keep it keep it within the realm of reason so we can figure things out. And then they never even reached that number. And so you can never, it was always on sale. And that wasn't what was supposed to happen, but it boded poorly for the game, and this doesn't bode well for Concord, although I think that Concord's only chance ever was to get people playing it and
game developers
get their
that
hands
maybe
on
got a college education
and see if they enjoy it. And so I don't think this is necessarily bad for the game. It's just bad optically, but most people won't even notice probably that it wasn't always this way. I do feel bad for you if you pre-ordered it specifically to get in. That kind of sucks. A little bit of a bait and switch.
Like maybe you bought it and it's not gay enough for you. That's...
It didn't take long for the internet to dig up info and quickly learn that Firewalk Studios was made up of former Bungie, Respawn, Activision, and BioWare workers. Also, netizens decided to start looking at what the developers were liking on Twitter. The lead character design of Concord was seen promoting and liking tweets that demand white people acknowledge their privilege.
Look,
and
here's my
that
thing.
the judicial
It's like with
system
Bitcoin,
is
right?
basically white supremacy.
As long as people use it, everybody don't need to buy this shit.
I knew it. Thinking that all white people are unconsciously racist is the same as thinking that all black people are unconsciously lazy. This is an oversimplification. The sentiment being expressed is that whites must acknowledge their privileged position and actively work for equality. It will be hard
I think
to
that all
confront
black
the word,
people are racist.
But if we don't, we're complicit.
Oh my god. See how
I'm
that
not
works?
accusing you, myself, or all whites of being Jim Crow
White
racist.
people, the
I
laziest
also don't
racist
think
you'll
anyone
ever meet,
hearing
according
it
to them.
should immediately take it away as that. Whites in America have always had an advantage in our social economical justice system just because we're white. Doing nothing and saying, well, I'm not racist allows it to persist unchecked. We need to acknowledge the advantages
Look, white people,
we
you
had.
lost your spot. Asian Americans beat y'all.
Others help and pursue equity.
We all
and
know
justice.
that. You gotta like stop
It's
pretending.
become the new I'm not racist.
This is like the
Using
80s or
privilege
something.
to erode.
This ain't the 80s no more, cuz. We're
The
past
usual.
that.
Honestly, it goes on for way too long, and he pretty much ends up talking to himself. But you get
Asian
the picture.
Americans
It
out-earn
just
white
keeps
people.
Going. In July, one of the sexually dubious devs at Firewalk Studio, who cares?
You're
what
not
studio,
European American,
allegedly
right?
demanded
You're
that
white,
people call them by the
according to you.
pronoun professor, which in and of itself is stupid, because professor is a noun, not.
Oh, Christ. I was using my brain again.
Asian
I was being
Americans,
big.
highest earning class, they're like, nah, we don't need affirmative action.
Concord flop.
We know it's billions of Asian people on Earth,
The
but
devs,
like,
Lisa
yeah,
Brown,
you know,
came
fuck
out as
everybody else.
non-binary and forced everyone at the company to call her professor. She would regularly
They
have
said
meetings
ain't no
with
way
cheesy
anybody else
phrases
going
like
to college,
teaching and
cuz.
learning with the professor.
I'm on my land. We're both in America, which used to be a good country, until they started letting people like you do whatever you want.
She pushed extreme politics, hated guns, and wanted unbacked staff members fired. This is just part of why Concord is such an
Identity
delusional mess.
crises.
I found a lot out
Okay.
more about the studio, just awaiting confirmation before going public with lots of other stuff.
Dude, can my pronouns be big dick
Here to
energy?
survive in space.
Since I don't have access to Smash JT's contacts,
That's
I cannot
it.
100%
It's a
confirm this
little
all
planet
to be true.
god. Come on.
But with how
We've
stupid
established.
progressivism has become in literally the last 4 years,
I'm like,
I
you know,
can
what,
totally see
what
this
survival
being-
shit can I
mean,
take to
the
space
game
with me?
speaks for
Probably
itself.
the water.
The senior concept artist at Firewalk Studios has a history
That's
of
about it.
criticizing gamers.
Water
They
exists
don't
in
like a
space,
game
so I can
made
take
for the
the
modern
teacup.
audience.
Silent Hill 2
Everything
is my
else,
favorite
like,
game of all
yeah.
time. And right-wing fans complaining about the way Angela looks in the remark is telling. We are talking about a character who survives sexual assault like this often gain weight to cover up as much as possible. You don't even have to ever argue with those people. They tell on themselves immediately. These right-wingers are showing they do not care about anything below the surface level and are unable to understand the media they consume.
Lady, it's a remake. Lady, why does the new chick look fat and stupid?
All the other ones.
You know, we're not here for realism, baby girl. There's a literal gray fog and monsters pulling people away into nothingness. And you're like, I need my victims of sexual crime.
I totally
to be
believe.
literally
I'm not even
like
gonna lie.
For real, for real.
If you're not from the United States,
despite the fact it was clear no one was interested
I
in
don't give a fuck about what your life's like.
talk about it at all. To make
Honestly,
gaming
because I live here, nigga.
Swung in
That's my
to
point.
rescue the fair man.
First look, PlayStation.
Like yeah, you have your own life, but like you don't give a fuck about my life. So like, you know, why should I care so much about yours? What the fuck?
Built by Destiny and
You won't like
all
come to
of
my
the
house and
veterans,
take the trash
Concord
out.
is much more
Fuck
than
you,
a
nigga.
Whippy trailer would have you believe.
When's the last time you came by and took the trash out from me? Never.
Concord,
You never
the
done
big
it.
preview.
You know who
I've
takes the
spent
trash
3 hours in
away
Concord.
from here?
Don't make your mind
Fucking
up
garbage
on it
people.
just
You know, I
yet.
care about their
Destiny
lives,
shooting
right?
With all
Their
of
lives
the
matter to me,
approach and
but yours is
storytelling
like,
for a live
yeah.
service title.
You see how that
You
works,
got
cuz?
live service in it? That already tells me it's a piece of trash. So are you.
I won't force you to watch this boring video preview.
When the sanitation workers come, take the dumpsters, dump the trash on trash day. You know, I care about them. They're real important.
Somewhere with less scaffolding.
No scaffolding. Zero scaffolding.
Managing that shit.
I love transforming my space.
When the sanitation managers come.
Feel your fiery embrace again.
You sound ridiculous.
You know, they probably should spray some sanitize
IGN
the
thought
area.
Concord was a game changer.
Concord isn't the most innovative or content-heavy hero shooter you could, but with such fantastic competitive gameplay,
consider it getting jealous.
compelling characters to master,
It's one of the
and
garbage works.
well-designed maps. It's got the makings of something that could go the distance.
The poor thing had asthma and a cleft foot. It barely made it down the road before it knocked its teeth out.
After playing Concord for a few hours, we're
the
excited for more of the action, which feels like a mix of Destiny and Overwatch, even if you're wary of the team's emphasis on lore and
Man.
storytelling paying off in the multiplayer.
Trying to give
only.
somebody a seizure,
It's hard
cuz,
to complain
goddamn.
about hero shooter fatigue when Concord looks this good.
Yeah,
Players
everybody
seem to
don't
like
get the purple
Concord, but the
lightsaber.
$40 price tag has led to
Some people have a red and a blue.
tepid first weekend on PC. What happened to Sony's Concord? Is it actually selling badly, or are we just reading the numbers wrong?
Platform on
When
PlayStation.
questions of this nature crop up, we ask a bunch of professionals
My shit is
analysts to
always
explain
like when you're
how
all
to shoot our cat
robotic
with a
and shit. I'm like, nah, cuz. No.
I think the kids call this
Instant no.
Gaslight. Nuclear levels of shilling. Everyone
Hesitant
can see
with
through
Star
it.
Wars
Bookmarking this for when the
for a
game
while.
flops. LOL. It's
Robot
an
hand.
abject
Ray's the
failure.
only character
Over the course of the
to
beta
not get a
weekend,
robot
Concord was
hand.
already shaping up to be a heavyweight hero shooter. We could easily see competing with this genre's giants.
So yet somehow
Push Square, a PlayStation publication.
Concord is not the disaster the discourse around it would
the
lead you
only
to believe.
one, cuz.
This online first-person shooter, a debut effort from Sony Studio Firewalk, has outrageous production values. I was pissing blood, a fair business model, and genuinely entertained gameplay on a loop. Its biggest issue is the lack of identity. There's no denying
make that
the
nigga a
developer
robot.
has been heavily inspired
No,
by
'cause
Guardians of the
Cyborg's
Galaxy.
like,
And while the title does genuinely try to blaze its own trail, that'll largely be its downfall.
Conclusion, Concord's a 7 out of 10. Don't ask any questions. This game is great. It's got some pretty crap characters, not especially original, and uncertain future. Lore adds very little to experience.
There's some major cons, bro.
It's actually funny reading this after the game was pulled, because it's kind of like reading the journalists say the game's amazing, it's fantastic, sure some stuff sucks, it blew my tits off, and then 3 weeks later it's gone. Kotaku thought having the devs comment about the audience rejecting the game would help somehow in some bizarre universe, but that's usually how Kotaku rolls. Concord devs respond to everyone hating on their trailer.
For these vignettes to come out on a weekly basis, you'll start to fall in love with the depth of the characters that's something that you learn week to week. That's their personalities.
One of my things is like giving my characters no backstory at all, right?
In a tiny little slice of it. But that's a start.
Give them no backstory, so you can't get any details on them. You beat me how you beat them, nigga. They ain't got no backstory.
Watched it. I'm glad they participated, and I
Yeah, they just showed up like right now.
To see everything that is there.
Oh, maybe she's born with it. Maybe it's clinical depression.
You'll never figure it out.
We have a
Just
team
nothing.
that's uniquely skilled at building very immersive and fluid gameplay that just
There's no origin to them at all.
players' hands. The second they pick up the controller, the game just comes to life, and like every action is responsive. And I've been a player of these games my whole life.
Not one of
These
them.
games are what I love to play.
Where they learned this technique.
And I know that
To reach your
it's all
backstory,
about how does it
your origin, to find your origin.
So that's like for me, that's the moment. I want
Even if
players to
nothing's
get
been
into
written.
if they don't like it after the beta,
Even
that's
if there's
fine.
no information.
But I think the initial reaction is all about like how does it actually play in your hands?
Yeah, like shit.
Where they'll,
The way
like,
this dude's describing it to me,
you
I
don't
would
have
assume
one.
that this is the new 2025
It
Ducati
must be them.
V4S. But in all actuality, it's Concord, the game that lost 95% of its player base within 1 week. These testimonials from the game's devs themselves might have worked
And they'll be like,
had they
got AI to do it.
charisma and charm of Uncle Baby Billy.
You should be ashamed.
Let's give Concord a chance. Don't follow the crowd.
Not good.
Give Concord a try. It's a shame because Concord has become
Peace among
the current
worlds,
target
huh?
for gaming derision. That dodgy trailer turned off one wave of people, and the character designs turned off everyone else. Now every comment section, YouTube dislike bar is filled with
Peace among
how much
worlds.
Concord sucks just because the collective wisdom of the masses has decided it does it before even getting a chance to play it. It's come so far from its cinematic trailer just 2 months ago, and
Hey,
convinced
I'll
me
throw
it's
that
more
joint
than
up all
leftover
the
stuff
time.
in the MCU
It's like,
show
hey,
market.
Mom.
If we care about good games and not just parroting what random influencers
It's just
say
my
during
finger
the review,
cut.
Concord's clever character
At
moments
least I'm not
and
pointing
unique
at
hero shooting
which one's worse.
should have earned it some time to work out the kinks.
Listen, don't make blanket
Not for
assumptions
real.
about anything.
Pointing at somebody.
Unless we,
Whoa.
the gaming journalists,
That's
tell you.
crazy. We done already?
By the way, the beta
Store
closed on
blood.
July 21st, and the world forgot Concord existed till it launched again. August 23rd, or as the developers now know it as, Judgment Day. Sony did everything in their power to make Concord a hit, even having first-party studios on Twitter pretend to not only love the game, but to be playing it religiously, as tweets from Naughty Dog, Insomniac, and others have shown.
Calling all free gunners, congrats to Fireworks Studio on the release. Play Concord. We're playing Concord with our friends on the Ben Plays. Insomniac Games. Ben Studios to celebrate the launch of the PlayStation Concord, and Ben devs are taking it to the galaxy and streaming it live now.
Don't ask questions. Just consume product and then get excited for next product.
Along with the coordinated efforts of gaming journalist sites like Kotaku, IGN, Game Informer, VGA, etc., Concord launched to a whopping 600 concurrent players on Steam. Ugh, eat it, chuds. The game's failure became an internet phenomenon. The terrible performance stirred panic amongst the studio heads as they rushed to remove LGBTQ tags off of the Steam
Sales page. And also,
really?
I don't know, I guess it would bolster some player count.
That's crazy.
Weird. LGBTQ and political tags removed and blacklisted. The developer made a big deal about the game being for modern audiences.
Yeah,
also
why don't you just keep
for
it
some reason,
there?
demanded Steam to not only remove these two tags, but they'll also blacklist
Don't try and
any
deceive
similar tags.
anybody,
It's
no.
too late. People already know that this game had a clear agenda. I mean, the characters speak for themselves.
Exactly. They ran in there.
How are the
thinking
people
they'll be like, oh, this is
that
for
the game
all those
for?
progressive people. We've got the game for you. And then they found out the hard way. Most progs don't play games. Well, they play Overwatch, and then they like
Watch Overwatch related content later in the day. They hear me furiously. I'm not going to give you a play-by-play.
Nah, if you do it in the game, there's no way you're going to do it for real. Basically.
That's a game that Microsoft shat out about a year ago, and it still had more
Keep
people at
needing
launch.
to, like,
than
perfect
Concord.
whatever
In
the
fact,
fuck you're doing.
was seeing more success than Concord was, which is crazy to say out loud.
I don't want to live on this planet anymore.
The world is bad.
That's how I do it in the game. You know? Run as many simulations as possible.
Really, the clear lack of interest 99% of the world had in Concord. PlayStation
Simulation after simulation after simulation.
So good, you couldn't put it down. Not
You're
joking,
like
it's
Master
real.
Duel, cuz.
Concord has me completely hooked. I haven't even thought about playing. That's how dope this is. Shout outs to Ghostina Garage for a great
Master
game.
Duel.
PlayStation Share. I really cannot stress enough just how utterly perfect Concord is. The negativity this game received before even release was one of the biggest travesties in gaming. I feel particularly responsible, and it sickened me. TBH. I hope so much it succeeds, and folks give it a chance. The sun will come up tomorrow. Bet your bottom dollar. Tomorrow.
I'm not too sure about that, y'all.
Oh wait. By August 23rd, the developers
It's already above you, cuz.
scorched earth with gamers.
I don't understand.
Doesn't care. Countless freaks didn't like the game. It's Concord's biggest
You understand how big the fucking sun is compared to you, cuz.
A labor of love like nothing else. Been playing it so much since early access started a few days ago, and I'm so excited.
It's like always
for it to
up.
be available to everyone. And I'm so honored to have had
can't
this
see it.
my first AAA game with a huge learning experience. Lots of struggles, but I'm glad to have gone through them. Time to
blow
go
your
play.
mind.
I'm so sorry this had to be your first. I do not believe it is you or any of the other devs' fault that this game has
Sit your ass
so
knees
I can
some
tell
rice.
that a lot of effort was put into completing this game. It just came at the wrong time and genre. I don't really care. It was a huge labor from a lot of insanely talented people making an awesome game. Why would I care? A bunch of talentless freaks hating on it. I'm sure having fun playing it, and I wouldn't trade that for anything. Talentless freaks? I actually came to drop some positive criticism. Clearly based on the game, you're the one with no talent.
Hello, police. I'd like to report a murder. Yes, he was tugging us. He took a massive shit all over Sandy's head, and I don't know how he will recover from this.
The lack of maturity from that game developer in that post was just the beginning. It's clear Fireworks Studios hired a majority of progressive dickholes. He did
Yeah, I've never known them to sell games based on like your sexuality, cuz kind of crazy.
It's all a fantasy. It's mine. He was so easily overwhelmed.
Well, alright, see, their games just like Bayonetta, right? Bayonetta isn't gay, but it is for adults.
That didn't like Concord.
I was going to DM you after this, but the site makes me pay to do that. So just going to say this here. A lot of effect in the art side of Concord, including design, by committee, failure of some leadership to listen to the arts team, etc. The character concept art team, including myself, is going through an extremely difficult time emotionally. And the team no longer want to work in games, design characters, yada yada yada, or even do art anymore after this. Because of this. Hosts like yours, though understandable, are unfortunately ill-timed. None of us know which way the wind will blow to the studio. We are worried, sick, and terrified of our future. Not only that, but we have been shouldering the brunt of the emotional labor as the executive directors dodge most of the play.
I find it hard to believe they should not have a strong hand in making sure every woman here look like a dude.
Damn Aerosmith. Dude looks like a lady.
Even though the developers were outed as questionable individuals with obvious political biases, this didn't
Yeah,
stop the
flies
progressive Twitter from trying
upside
to shift all
down.
blame to Sony, the big bad corpos, for the game bombing critically and commercially. It was then revealed that Concord was a project that had been in early development as far back as 2016 and costing well over $100 million to produce.
PlayStation's Concord appears to have made $1 million. The issue is that Concord was not some small indie project, but that one that took Firewalk reportedly 6 to 8 years to develop.
Invisible
The exact
what?
budget is unknown, estimates at around $100 million, but there's no firm source to that. Even half of that could be $50 million with essentially no current
The
room for
Nimbus.
improvement. So you can see where the 25,000 units essentially are coming from. That multiplied by 40, well, that's just $1 million in revenue. If you want to compare that to, say, an actual PlayStation hit like Spider-Man 2, that game sold 11 million units by last count, and that would be around $770 million.
By this point, things were bad. So bad, developers started handing out free Steam codes to boost player numbers.
I'll be dropping some Steam codes for Play Concord this weekend, starting now. Squad up.
Sony had a program where if you traded in a game, any game, you could get a copy of Concord for free from August 5th to September 1st.
It's over. We are screwed.
September 3rd rolled around and it was over. Concord like an unwanted elderly cat.
Destroying the planet.
Refunds, PlayStation stores, PlayStation Direct purchases.
Yeah, I have to beat this time board bullshit and like everything gets shuffled back into your deck. Fuck you.
Once refunded, players will no
Now
longer
you
have access
lose
to
all your
it. Oh,
life
really?
points.
We'll keep you updated, and thank you again for all you free gunners who have joined us in the Concord
And I
Galaxy.
activate Herald or whatever the fuck to negate anything you're going to play. I win. There you go.
All marketing for Concord ended. It was memory hole. It could never happen. And the last effort to flatten the game.
Concord players were now throwing themselves off of maps as quickly as possible in a desperate attempt to unlock the shooter's platinum trophy before it goes offline.
Within the death of Concord came endless amounts of copium from journalists and professional victims on Twitter.
I just absolutely hate that Chuds will take this as a win, and it will embolden them to be even worse. I hate it so much!
This dude has a show no one watches. He is the poster child of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Change my mind.
If you think Concord failed because of diversity, you're as unqualified to talk about
Yeah,
game industry as the executive currently running it into the fucking ground.
It kind of looks like that game, that Brink thing.
This was the character design for Amari before the professor and the rest of the neurodivergent cast at Firewalk Studios decided to redesign and reimagine the character for modern audiences. As you can see, the new Amari doesn't even look like a woman. It looks like a linebacker for the New York Giants decided to put on some blue lipstick. Look at the size of this character. I'm supposed to believe a fat black woman doing military ops. Let me tell you something. As a man who grew up around fat black, the only thing they were good at was putting sugar in soup and collapsing from diabetes.
Concord's death offers
Could be ultra lightweight.
After 8 years of development, Sony pulled the plug on Concord today, just 2 weeks Fans loved it, but seemingly not enough. Is the future of the industry blockbuster or bust? There was no toxicity in the fan base, and I quote.
Girl, there was no fan base. I would read more of this Wired article to you and point out some stupid stuff, but they wanted me to pay for it, and I'd rather lay in bed with the Wutan flu than pay you.
Concord didn't fail because of woke, but because it's boring. Like everything about it is planned, unfinished. Deadlock is way more style.
Be like really lightweight.
Made by Valve. These people have an idea for the hell gamers want. But let's just be real.
They're not heavy at all. They
for the fact that character
shoot
designs are
energy
so
or some
focused on
shit.
representation and body positivity. Hero shooters live and die by their character design. And for as much as the gaming industry wants to LARP, there is a market for ugly people.
Their weapons would be gay, so they'd be like all overpowered and shit.
The failure of Concord and Dustborn are proof of that. People aren't interested. We all want fantasy, not reality.
What's
but frankly,
everything
I'm all
lately?
for it. Keep pumping out failures like this till the industry crashes. We need it. On September 10th, Sony added insult to injury by forcefully deleting copies of Concord off of players' consoles. In a move that only highlights how much I hate digital downloads. You will own nothing and like it is the mutual apparent. Frankly, Sony didn't want anyone to have a copy of this game.
Damn,
so they
nigga,
just create their own servers and play it. Or horror of horrors, improve the game. Am I right? At the end of the day, the failed shooter is nothing new. When Lawbreakers died or Rats death, the gaming industry didn't cry out in agony. No one screamed, pissed, and moaned. Nobody cared. And maybe it's because the game didn't have enough body positivity and trans representation. Makes you think. Some say Sony will bring Concord back after it's been retooled. Maybe they will. Maybe they won't. Concord is worth more as a tax write-off to Sony. With the weakness of the Japanese yen, companies really cannot afford to take massive flops like this. For many, when Sony moved its HQs from Japan to California, that was the end of the PlayStation brand as we all knew it. Just when I think it's over and I can go outside and play, more information came out. Colin Moriarty was contacted by someone who worked at Concord. What he had to say about Concord itself was far worse than anyone ever imagined. The original assumption was Concord lost Sony $100 million. Then the rumor was $200 million. Colin's contact says that the figure was more around the $400 million mark. I'll just let him explain, and I'll chop it down a bit to save you and I time in this epilogue.
About $400 million to make, soup to nuts. Sony put most of that money in, and it is not only so because we had kind of said like this must be Sony's biggest loss ever on a game, and it is. It's the biggest game Sony's ever released from a budgetary standpoint from the first party or second party. So let that sink in. It's crazy, and it's totally unintuitive. There are games that are in development right now at Sony first and second party that are more expensive than this. But as of the games that have come out so far, so think about like Spider-Man 2 and so on and so forth. We know The Last of Us Part 2 cost $220 million. Spider-Man 3 is going to cost about $350 million. This game costs more than that, and they lost all of it. The game is nowhere near being done. It's in a horrible position, and then Sony buys the team. The idea behind this was, and the term apparently verbatim had been used, that Concord is the future of PlayStation. They had such major ambition for this game that it was referred to internally as a Star Wars-like project for Sony. There was, and I think we can kind of get this vibe from just the nature of the people making it and kind of the way the game reads and all that, a toxic positivity vibe. You weren't allowed to say anything, apparently internally, about this game. About how, like, something's wrong with it, character designs are not right. Big things to take away. $400 million loss. The game was in horrible shape as of 18 months before release. Not even monetization, no onboarding, most content not even there. The game was in such bad shape at that point that they spent the budget of it again in urgent outsourcing to get the game finished from all these different angles over an 18-month period. Internally, the game was considered part of the future of PlayStation with heavy cross-media references.
The Kotaku journalist chimed in to basically
confirm
Colin's story.
I can corroborate the part about toxic positivity. Some sources I've spoken with blame the head in the sand mentality carried over to the bunch of
point.
They sense the game would come together because
with the AI is like if you can make a more logical argument, then you know they can't disagree with you.
Because Helene is still churning over parts of the
that would be illogical.
And the interiors of the Mid-Atlantic. We're talking about the Shenandoah Valley, the Blue Ridge of the Commonwealth of Virginia. There have been ongoing issues here around Winchester, down in Roanoke today. We're taking a live look in Pennsylvania because we still have some threats in Pennsylvania. Really saying these families over the most part.
I mean, there's no way they're making a more illogical argument than me. You're a fucking robot, cuz. You think I can't? I mean, if I can make a more logical argument, well, you really think you stand a chance against me, cuz?
To a level 3 out of 4 threat. And then we have not just today, but
my argument is far more logical than
the National Hurricane Center issuing its final advisory on Helene. What we've seen is this tropical system get caught up in an upper level low, and this low has been bringing rain to a good chunk of
it'll be like it's humans and like, well, it's you too, asshole.
We'll have to watch today this flood watch that's in effect for
it's not a question of like if they made you or not.
Still could see some significant, maybe pockets of heavy rain today. This is again going to be one of those orographic events where rich moisture rides up the slopes of the Appalachians, the Blue Ridge in Virginia, not in North Carolina. That's going to lead to these increased
You're going to have a war
Roanoke, as I mentioned, we could
regardless
see some pockets today where we get 3 to 5
with each
inches
other.
worth of rain into Richmond too. West Virginia, a
Yeah,
good
I've
chunk of the state is
those
soft
robot
with that
battles
moisture.
they had.
That's going to be the persistent threat. What we've seen though this morning, from a warnings perspective,
really go at it.
none associated with the current rain that's falling. What we're looking at here in a couple of those purple polygons that we have, flash flood emergencies, the highest end of these flood alerts. This has been the persistent and the ongoing disaster in western North Carolina. The National Weather Service offices still keeping these flash flood emergencies in effect because there's still an imminent risk to life and property. We already know that there has been that significant threat ongoing, but that lingers even into today. But where the bulk of the rain has been, in Edinburgh, in Erie, Pennsylvania, just off the shores. Cleveland seeing some showers. You can see that overall cyclonic counterclockwise rotation, and that'll continue, but we'll have to pay pretty close attention to what goes on around Roanoke. That's where we could have some of the significant rain today, at least the biggest threat. And then finally, as we look at those flash flood emergencies as a result of the historic flooding that we see and the disaster.
Like, how could you believe the robots are delusional other than
is going to turn to the next
because they know
threat
some
that's emerging
imaginary
in the Caribbean. If you were hoping to check out of the tropics this week, well, you want to think again. An area to watch just off the coast of Central America, close to Honduras. This thing might have
we
some
both
life
understand that one, don't we?
The Hurricane Center says now has a medium
Or
chance
like just me being able to imagine something means I already beat you, like regardless.
Those are no threats to land, but the one in the
Cause you're always like, well, what the fuck did I think of? Like I didn't already tell you. Like me telling you, going over it. Over and over and over and over and over, reaffirming that there's nothing you could ever do about it.
I'm Brian Norcross with a Hurricane HQ on the question, are coastal areas in the U.S. better protected now, or are they in worse shape than when the great hurricanes of the past came ashore? The answer to the question is mixed. Here on Miami Beach, the beach is much larger than it was decades ago, and there's an extensive dune system which will slow down the surge except in the most extreme storm. But many places along the coast don't have the defenses. A lot of money has been spent making the city of Miami Beach more resilient, and more expensive projects are planned. These dunes aren't just piles of sand. They're made stronger by what's under the sand and what's growing on top.
Honey pots and shit.
Plants were chosen to make the dunes as resistant as possible. On the other side of the island, the streets are being raised to account for sea level rise.
Yeah, you're doing exactly what everybody knows you would do. You go off for this and this and this and this.
Drain with no problem. But in historic Charleston, South Carolina, and along the mid-Atlantic coast, where the sea level is rising and the land is sinking, the streets flooded minor storms.
Nah, we don't. Have you seen animals have war? What are you talking about? Regular animals have war. Ants go to war all the time.
Show the daunting problem. Look at the red covering many parts of the city of Charleston and the surrounding area on this map. Those areas could see storm surge over 9 feet deep. And that's from a Category 3. Here on Miami Beach,
Randall's
a powerful
afraid.
storm could push storm surge over these dunes.
I think it was an alligator.
But the daunting challenge comes from the millions of people that
fucking with that
moved near
alligator
the water
gut.
all along the U.S. coast. It's hard to imagine how they'll all get to safety when a big hurricane is coming. Hurricane HQ has you covered. Stay informed this hurricane season. Download the Fox Weather app right now.
Think about that. Hurricane season started in July, okay.
What's up, everybody? This is the Axeman here, and today, Dr. Diddler has crawled out of the bog to make his triumphant return to streaming. Now, I'm assuming you're up to speed on the whole Dr. Disrespect controversy.
Well,
If
not
you're
anymore.
well, I have a video covering the whole thing. Suffice to say, Doc was accused of sending inappropriate texts to a minor.
No.
He later confirmed that he sent inappropriate...
Yeah, he confirmed that he did it.
Texts to a minor. And at that point, after confessing, he later took the word minor out of the tweet and then put back into the tweet his written confession on Twitter. And so he's been on vacation for
first
about a month.
time.
So he has had time to think about what he would tell his audience and present to them when he comes back to stream.
They're
Ladies and gentlemen, he
under
did
the
just
age
that in his latest
anywhere.
stream titled The Truth. oh, finally, we're gonna
Even if it's the consenting age somewhere else.
Some kind of evidence presented, because we don't have any fucking evidence.
Yeah,
We
but
just
that
have
age
the
of consent,
confession
like, hey,
and
cuz,
some
I'm like, go for
accusations
it.
and testimony.
If it's in that
But you know
state.
what? Fair's fair.
But, like, are
Let him
you
listen
in
to
that
what
state?
He has to say and give him a fair shot to
You have
defend
to be
himself.
there too, cuz. You're from a different
So
place.
let's take a look at Doc's response to the allegation.
You have to both be in the same area.
Yeah, just
Like,
keep
nah,
ignoring
you
the
can't
issue
do
of
it
putting up this act.
over
I'm
there
so
in
concerned
that
and
state.
worried about everyone else's problems.
They said
except
no.
mine, because I'm dealing with a deeper depression. I like to project.
Some people are like, unless you aren't arranged to be
I
married.
wonder who's projecting. Is it the random YouTube commenter who's curious about what Doc's been doing for the last month?
Nah,
if the
see,
allegations
it's like
are true or
he
not?
admitted
Or
he
is
did
it
it.
the guy who's accused of inappropriately texting minors?
It is
Who
this
could possibly
instance
be projecting any kind of
where
insecurity about something.
he thinks it's inappropriate
You strategy
to some degree.
Me? Address the highly controversial
It's
allegations.
the age of
You want
consent.
me to do that? You must be
And they're
depressed.
both in the same area.
It's like not
Whatever,
too
cuz.
far off something that low tier God would say.
You serve no purpose in life.
Consenting.
Your purpose in life
Alright,
is
in Mexico,
to
cuz, they're like 15 or some shit.
It's not quite there, but you know, not too far off.
Talking about
People donating.
the
I
culture.
appreciate it. I do appreciate it.
A lot of fools.
Some of us are like,
There's
hey,
probably
cuz,
a lot of people
probably
who
only
have
when you're
fond memories
21.
of Dr. Disrespect,
Should you
and they
even be
want to
considered
believe
an
that he's
adult?
innocent.
Honest.
Now, we can't forget that he confessed
Teen.
initially. So
Look, y'all,
whatever he
for
says
us,
in this
it's
video,
18,
he's got to
not
recant
19,
that confession, right?
not
in some way.
After what's
20.
transpired over the last couple months,
18.
am I excited to
You're
be
an
back
adult.
to this
Legal.
type of world?
18.
What type of world, Doc? A world in which the general public views you as a groomer and a predator? That type of world?
1v5. Can they reconnect or no?
My God, read the room.
A world where you admitted to that? What type of world do you think Dr. Disrespect is talking about? Could it be a world infested with woke?
Up yours, woke moralists.
So September 25th is basically when we can reapply for a partnership on YouTube.
Ooh, there's an interesting question. Should he be allowed back into the YouTube partner
Should
program?
he be allowed to be
I don't
Dr.
have the
Disrespect?
answers, but if I was in Doc's position, you know
Maybe
what
you
would
shouldn't
really
call
help
him that.
right now? You know what really helped me when I got demonetized? Having the fucking receipts readily available. When YouTube came at me on Twitter and said, the reason that you were demonetized, I'm paraphrasing, the reason you were demonetized is you made direct or serious threats against YouTube staff. I
I'd
quickly
never done that.
posted the things they were talking about, and
Just
everybody
said I'd,
saw
like,
it. Like
let them go,
99.9% of people saw that.
like,
And
make sure we
yeah,
get
he's
to them.
clearly joking. Ackman is joking. This, like, he clearly doesn't mean it. If you're in this position, Doc, why haven't you done that? Why didn't you do that? Because maybe there's some truth to the allegations, that he can't just outright disprove them.
So in the meantime, we'll do what we need to do. I enjoy my time here on YouTube. You know, we've built a nice, strong community.
Yeah, look, cuz they're at like sizable masses.
For almost 4 years, public demand
Totally going to destroy your planet. There's no question.
I guess
But,
since
you know, that's not what I use.
missed the point with my personal statement.
It was our fault. It was our fault. We all misread that
It's
tweet
just like a little
incorrectly. Sorry. Oh, it
particle.
was my fault? You're right. I take full responsibility for
Give it
misinterpreting your
infinite
tweet
potential.
where you admitted to sending inappropriate messages to a minor. That's on me. That's on me, fellas.
You see, there was a lawsuit pending, and as part of that arbitration, all parties were not allowed to speak publicly about the case. I respected those rules.
Can we talk about why those are the rules, though?
Look, here's the
let's say
thing.
you're in
This
Dr.
was a long time ago.
And again, I've been there when I was accused of something pretty terrible and my channel was demonetized. Obviously not on the same level as Doc, but I've been in that position where you're
He
accused of
alleged
something.
that no,
I
he
wanted people to know the
confirmed.
truth.
God, stop
I
saying
wanted to
alleged.
show people, hey, what YouTube is saying
He
I
alleged
didn't actually do. For
what
me to say
he
this,
confirmed
I
that
do not
he
understand
did.
If Dr. Disrespect
Allegedly.
is innocent, why he would settle for less. Why he would
Happened
settle
years
for
ago,
keeping
because
his
I'm not clear
innocence
on all those
secret.
details.
Ask yourself that question.
Where they would be
Why
an
would
adult
he
now
agree to this?
is my
In
point.
arbitration, both parties have to agree that it's going to remain private. Now you might say, oh, you didn't want to go through a lawsuit. Yeah, I get that. Sure. This is your Twitch channel. This is your brand. This is your personality.
Changing
People don't
and
know the
or
reason why you're
deleting
banned. You have to have the force
his
of people
confirmation
follow
of him
you
doing it.
wherever you go.
Even though I
The sooner
didn't
you
like
quash
look at
allegations, the sooner you can move
the
on.
message of
but
him.
That's not what Doc has done.
My lawsuit against Twitch
the
was
footage that
eventually
they have.
resolved, as you all know. But even then,
This is
part of the
supposed to
settlement,
happen a
all
long
parties
time
were
ago.
Still prohibited from speaking publicly about the case or the settlement.
Again, why would you agree to that? If you have been so
how?
obviously wronged by Twitch and you can prove it, you'll get your money and your reputation
He
back.
can talk
So
about
why
it. I
settle
don't
for less?
think that he
Ask
could.
yourself that question, people.
And again, I respected all the confidential obligations.
So you're still kind of playing the whole.
This is more about
legally,
Twitch.
I did everything right.
Darn you,
Legally,
Twitch.
While going through the legal process,
Yeah,
I
legally.
didn't break the law.
I never
It's a sort
broke
of
the
like
law.
argument that's distance from the actual allegation, because being charged with a crime
Okay, he
and
confirmed he
committing
did
a
it.
crime are in fact two different things. Just because someone was not charged with the criminal offense does not mean a criminal offense
Dr.
occurred.
Disrespect.
Okay? Remember that. Evidence can exist. It can implicate a certain person. Perhaps an investigation was
provide
fucked up and that
his
evidence can be
own
admitted.
testimony
Cody Connors, ex-Twitch employee, wasn't even involved.
of admission of guilt
Twitch's
and
reported
of
reason. Years later,
negligence.
why do this? What was the point?
Of
This was
predatory
settled professionally.
behavior.
Again, notice the pattern. This was
On a
settled
national level.
professionally. Not, I didn't do what I'm accused of. This was settled professionally. Legally, I was not
And
charged
like,
or
you know,
convicted
the
by
court of
crime.
opinion is not the court of law, cuz.
Morality scale.
And you, knowing how black and white the internet is, you decided
The
you
court
fucking rat.
of opinion is not.
He's a rat.
Well, I mean, for what? Cody? Why?
Well, if you remember in his tweet, he said, fuck him and his boys. At the time, Nick Merckx was involved in a little controversy of his
Yeah,
own.
see?
What do you think that part fuck him and his boys meant? Clearly, he had
Nah,
some
gee,
beef
'cause
with
Dr.
what
Disrespect.
Nick Merckx was saying at the time.
Did you not
He
know
was
the
on such and
repercussions
such.
from spewing
And
lies?
like, hey, look at what
about
he
the
was
two
doing.
Hell no, man.
Who was holding
Bro,
hands
take off
with
the fucking wig and address this like a man, if you really are one. Holy shit. I'm not a psychologist, but I imagine that experience of him coming out of character, breaking character, and saying, I cheated on my wife on a live stream in front of his audience, that experience has followed him ever since. That has been very traumatizing for him and his career, I imagine. But I think maybe this Dr. Disrespect character is a way to try and distance himself from the allegations and from his past, as opposed to taking the fucking wig off and not being a cartoon character when you're addressing such serious things. Just a thought.
You
No,
said that
that's
I
his
got
persona.
banned from Twitch because I was a minor through Whisper's messages? Do you
This
even
is
know
a
what the
person.
legal
Dr.
definition of
Disrespect.
is?
Unless he was doing this, it's like his public persona, cuz.
I think, look, this is the
They're like for
public
this
opinion.
brand,
You are
cuz.
supposed to argue legal definitions.
Like, yeah, the
in a
guy,
court
that
case.
guy.
This is the court of public
We're not
opinion.
talking about
And if
that
you
guy
have to
with his
resort
last
to
name. We're talking
arguing
about that guy,
against the
Dr.
legal
Disrespect.
definition of
And
s-
everybody
instead
that's
of saying,
ever
"I
like
did
cosplayed as that
this
nigga.
person," not a good look.
Yeah, all of y'all.
The legal
that-
definition
Put that
is-
Dr. Disrespect shit on.
You know, I'm something of a sexter.
I'll bet you know what the legal definition of is. I'll bet you have really, really deep insight into that matter. You must have thought about it or researched it
Osborne.
quite a bit.
Yeah, the meme.
Not my personal area of expertise, but you do you.
And yeah, I used Twitch as whispers, but trust me, I wasn't
Objection! Inappropriate messages with the minor.
I've
You
always
said
been
you did
against that whisper
You
shit.
responded to an allegation that you the minor. And you said, yeah, I sent them inappropriate messages. But what conclusion are we to draw from these two things? But now he's saying he wasn't anybody.
Yeah, cuz like
I
Call of
just
Duty
can't
or
figure it
some
out.
shit.
Can't put two and two together. Doc
They
is innocent,
moderate
folks.
chat.
He's innocent.
And you're
You
like,
also
keep
said
telling
the
them,
word
like, hey,
minor,
you shouldn't even be on the
I
fucking
even made
chat,
sure
cuz.
that word was
Shame on your
emphasized
parents that don't love you,
edited,
that
so
allowed
make
you to
sure
play
these
this
so-called
shit.
journalists would pick up on it. And boy, oh boy, did they ever, champs.
Be like, put your parents on, nigga.
Oh my God, he has brain damage.
I need
He
to
has
talk to them.
Fucking brain damage. Are you a fucking idiot? I cannot even believe what he just said. By the way, this is like a pre-written statement. Like, you guys can obviously tell that. This is,
The only way I
this
would
is
handle
been
it
rehearsed
is
and
like,
written
yeah,
down.
get your
Is
parents,
this part
cuz.
of
I
the
need your parents to watch this
masterful
shit.
gambit? I included the word minor in my written confession just to expose.
I don't care how old you are, cuz. You be 30, get your parents.
a minor in articles prior to me posting my confession, but no, I did that intentionally, just to fool you.
I want to break this shit.
The idea that Doc is some kind of master manipulator pulling a bait and switch is more than just illogical, it's a shit PR strategy. And in my opinion, good old Occam's razor, the simplest answer is usually the correct one. Doc posted that initial confession tweet, realized he fucked up, tried to edit the word minor out, realized he fucked up again, put it back in.
Because everybody knows you can't edit stuff on Twitter, cuz.
Damage control. You can't reverse that, dude. You played your hand and you were bluffing, okay? You lost the poker game.
When you and all these so-called journalists, Cody, fired off your tweets, did any of you consider that the Twitch user may have been over the legal age of consent at the time of the messages?
Oh my God. Please don't tell. I mean, people are actually believing this. This is insane. I know it's like he's exuding this air of confidence, this aroma of confidence, but actually listen to what he's saying. And more importantly, what he's not saying. Did you consider this person may have been over the legal age of consent? May have. Not this person was over 18. They may have been. Don't you find it a little suspicious that he keeps tap dancing around what the age of the person actually was? Like, you're clearly not bound by the legal gag order anymore. How old was this person? Go on, say.
Dr.
How
Disrespect.
old was this person, Doc? He won't tell us. Because
he said he confirmed that they were like 17.
Also, keep in mind he's arguing about the age of consent in like a particular state, which could mean it's 16 or 17. So basically, whoever this person was, we can say for certainty they were under the age of 18. And if you are 35, married, and have a child, you ain't got no fucking business messaging someone inappropriately that's under that age. You don't have any business doing that to someone
this is like time skip,
bro. Why are we sitting here trying to justify this?
This happened a long time ago.
I never intended to meet this user.
So you need to like.
We never made plans to meet at
this is how long?
Anywhere else, and in fact,
nah, you should have like felt like you should have been talking about this 3 years ago, cuz.
Never met.
2021, cuz.
False courage to other former Twitch employees to make shit up as well.
All right, this happened
just to keep track,
before he jumped to YouTube, cuz.
Misinterpreting his message. Then it was the journalist who reported
this is
the
like
story.
how you get banned from Twitch.
It was
I
the
don't.
former Twitch employee's fault, Cody Connors, and also other staff at Twitch. So
not only that, the Twitch used Dr. Disrespect.
I suspect all of you sort of planned and coordinated.
Distance their soul.
It was the deep state. I knew it was the deep state the whole time. It's all just been a conspiracy.
A lot of Amazon Prime subscriptions,
huh? The tweet confessing. Your account was hacked. Just use the Quantum TV defense. Your accounts were hacked. You didn't actually say those things, bro.
These big-time publications, these journalists, these various outlets are sort of just gossip channels now, don't you think, champs?
Fake news? Fake news?
Without any real journalism and real research happening. If these anonymous sources worked on the trust and safety
considering the fact that he hasn't been prosecuted,
then you would hope they would tell the truth.
Then I guess they're consenting age.
I think your fans would expect you, if you had been wrongfully banned
and I'm still like, well, you know, hell nah. It is the law.
For you to be truthful
we're
about
consenting.
That. Why would you not want the entire world
I'm
to
fine
see
with
how
that.
innocent
But like you actually doing it, like no, nigga. That's for like
parties
teenagers or some shit, cuz you're like way too old.
Both parties wanted to cover this
That's
up.
just weird,
These
dude.
Former trust and safety team members, and by the way, I know exactly
creepy.
Who they are, actually had first-hand knowledge. Then what they conveniently left out is one, Twitch's trust and safety team, the same employees that decided to ban me, internally admitted
like, are y'all both going to be alive, like right now? Well, you know, what's the problem?
Internal documents. I mean, you went through the court
See, he
case.
got banned.
I mean, if you're not bound by the gag
all right,
order,
here's the thing, though, cuz, right? He got banned from Twitch.
Saying exists. You guys realize that
for
all
this,
we have to go
he was like really mad about it.
And the
I'm
previous
like,
confession, okay?
So until he did admit he's
something
guilty.
else is provided beyond that, I think we're just mostly stuck at square one.
I'm like,
I at least will say
not a
that
good look.
Probably fucked up the
Don't
investigation
look good
to some extent. How they did that, I have no idea. All it seems like is that Twitch did not have altruistic reasons themselves for wanting to keep this private as well. Who knows, though?
And two, Twitch's trust and safety team, the same employees that decided to ban me, internally acknowledged that the whispers did not constitute child sexual abuse material CSAM.
Well, thank God. Thank goodness. It didn't constitute abuse material. You notice how he keeps referencing like legal terms, right? I didn't do anything legally wrong, but I'm still creepy.
Morally.
And I still would have a teenager if I could have gotten away with it while I'm 35.
I would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for those meddling kids.
I'll say it again. Neither I nor the Twitch user exchanged any sexual graphic messages or images.
Why didn't you say that right from the get-go?
Sure he did.
I even used the word inappropriate, purposely.
This isn't about them
See, he can't say, "Oh yeah, I fucked up. I didn't mean to put that in there," because it
exchanging
makes him look
sexual
like an idiot.
stuff.
So
This has nothing to do with that. It's about him
Confidence. I did that intentionally. All part of my master
exchanging mail with them in the first place.
And look at how it's defined by everyone.
Whispering.
Huh? Including these defaming articles.
And their parents
Then
aren't
sue
there.
for defamation. If they're wrong, sue for defamation. Fucking do it. Do it. This is your entire reputation. You got banned from Twitch. You're not monetized on YouTube. This is having a serious effect on your career, your ability to make money, and your public image.
Think about
sue for defamation. Take them to court. Clean them out.
You know, how Dr. Disrespect was basically
I'm
the
sorry,
face
but
of Twitch.
Mutual bantering with inappropriate jokes taken out of context.
Hold on.
He was like the face of the platform.
Inappropriate jokes. This is a question for anyone, let's say 25 and older, watching this video. Would you guys ever describe an interaction you have with a minor as mutual bantering with inappropriate jokes? Have you ever used those 5 words in order to describe any conversation you've ever had with another real human being? Didn't think so. Didn't think so.
How would each of you look if all of your private DMs, your text messages, your chats were looked at, dissected, and taken out of context by someone who's deliberately trying to find something inappropriate in those words?
So I will admit it's entirely possible that there was some greater conspiracy at Twitch to get rid of Doc, and he had messages that somebody saw and was like, "Oh, I could spin this a certain way," and that's exactly what they did. But if that's what they did, again, it falls back on why did you settle to keep all that private? Wouldn't you want the public to know that there was a conspiracy against you to get you off of Twitch and that you were wrongfully banned, your career and progress completely halted, and a stamp of shame forever labeled on you? Wouldn't you want to clear all that up?
Record.
If they were in the wrong?
And this is not a situation where a victim publicly accuses someone of wrongdoing. That never happened here.
Guys, the victim didn't come forward, so who knows if she even exists? Who knows how old this person might have been? I do. I know. But I'm not going to tell you.
We're talking about allegations that Twitch made against me as a half-baked reason for justifying their actions of suspending and shutting down my channel. Allegations that Twitch made without even a legal analysis of whether the whisper messages were legal!
So does Twitch only ban people who commit crimes? Like a felony or misdemeanor? But it has to be legally defined as a crime. They should be able to be charged with a crime. That's the bar that Twitch has for permanently banning people? No. I think what's probably most close to the truth is that your messages were very inappropriate, displayed a clear intent that people at Twitch saw as a clear intent, but there was not enough to charge him with a crime, right? You think about all the To Catch a Predator episodes, think of all of the chat logs they need to have, and then they need the guy to show up. If the guy doesn't show up, they can't arrest him. Sending inappropriate messages to a minor and talking about plans to meet up at Twitch shows an intent, but it might not be enough to file criminal charges. There's a big difference. It's enough for the court of public opinion to say, wow, that's grooming behavior.
Oh, he's coming back from Epstein Island.
Some type of settlement.
But it's not enough for the courts to convict, and that's the defense he's going with. Legally,
some type
I was
of judging
any wrongdoing.
At
On
least
June 21st, 2020, my ex-Twitch partner manager learns that I exchanged whispers with a Twitch user. And I say ex-partner manager because for years, this guy didn't do anything.
Okay, so now we have a 5th person, his partner manager. So we've got 5 separate entities who are at fault conspiring against Doc. So the next part of his response basically details how this partner manager didn't do anything to help him and conspired against him to get him removed from the platform.
So after we signed with Twitch in 2019, we asked for a new partner manager. And just a few months later,
he's dirty at this
Twitch
point.
partner manager is directly involved
According
with
to
getting
him.
me banned. Coincidence?
And they didn't like.
Did you get a new partner manager? If so, why did he wait a few months to try
being
to get
associated with
The
this.
Twitch user tells the ex-Twitch partner manager
So they let
that they
Dr.
do
Disrespect
not want to report anything
just let himself
to Twitch.
go.
Mm-hmm.
But this ex-Twitch partner manager encourages the user and even directs them to file a report directly with Twitch, even though the user told him clearly that we never physically met anywhere and that no photographs were exchanged.
See what he left out there? The inappropriate messages. Doesn't deny that. Again, you have to listen to what he doesn't say, what he doesn't outright deny.
On June 24th, 2020, Twitch's
Look,
special operations
I'm not sure
team
the Ackman's a lawyer,
reviews the
so
user's report.
I'm gonna take
They
my
find
own
no
knowledge of the
issues
law
and determine that
and
it did
like
not warrant any further
just
escalation
speak
to
for
Twitch's
myself
law enforcement response team.
when necessary.
Man, what you're saying
Get a
right
grasp.
now would be a lot more compelling if you
This
put
is
like a
differs.
screenshot of said conversation. I mean, like I said, you were in this court case.
This shit
Did you
differs.
not
code.
have access to
Like
those
the age of
files?
consent is
The same
different
as Twitch?
everywhere, right?
It would be really
The
compelling
exact
stuff.
point.
I tell you what.
He finds out that no further action will be taken, so what does he do? He personally escalates the report to a friend on the Twitch's LER team. The LER team, remember, that's the Twitch's law enforcement response team.
Again, going down the legal defense route.
Allegedly.
So a day later, the LER analyst pulls the entirety of the whisper messages and begins discussing them with his director of the
Dun,
LER
dun.
team. Let me just remind you, I went through a multi-year,
This is some CSI shit, cuz.
Okay.
Don't.
Sharon!
What's that Law and Order?
For the
Whatever.
love of God!
I don't know. Do I need to watch the rest
Yeah,
of
this is CSI shit, cuz. You're all implicated.
Mind you, this director is on vacation at that time.
Anybody that's
LER analyst
ever
Terry Wilson sends a few
cosplayed
targeted
this
excerpts
nigga, you
out of
on the
context
watch list
to this
now.
director. Within less than 1 hour, this LER analyst and his director have made the decision to suspend me from Twitch.
So, if I were to hazard a guess,
Said no more
it would
Amazon
seem
Prime
that
subscriptions
this
for
is
you.
the crux of how it was mishandled. Is that the person who was in charge of the decision saw the...
Well, you know, now that it's been presented. Yeah, or you could like, I mean, what are you talking about, cuz? Basically. Like, yeah, I actually, I don't know, cuz. Why would a celebrity go to Target? Why would anybody go to Target? Job's a job, huh? Anyway, oh shit. What do we really come here for? Do I not remember? This shit with Dr. Disrespect. Yeah. Dr. Disrespect cosplayers on the watch list. Yep. Nah, nigga, they gonna have to watch you. It's like, watch out. Yep. Yeah, I was trying to figure out what was going on. Like, you know, what do you get back from Twitch for? I couldn't figure it out, 'cause I was like, they started is something. Maybe it's probably where they got him, where he started, and it was just like, oh, where they used the R&D department. R&D. Because, like, if you ever cosplay Dr. Disrespect, where his, like, hairpiece has its own name. And this is why I have my war bonnet, so you can't ever be like, yeah, like, nah, it wasn't me. Jerry curl. Jerry curl mullet. Yeah, I could never understand the Jerry curl. If you just like get your hair braided and take them out. I didn't get that with y'all. What do you mean you like put perm in your hair? Why would you put perm in your hair, cuz? Just get some cornrows or some shit and take them out, nigga. What the fuck? That's crazy. Weird. Nah, the best part about getting cornrows is taking them shits out. Oh, it's nothing like it, cuz. I don't know, it's like having your head in a bear trap, right? Just in a fucking bear trap as long as you got them shits in. So yeah, that was that. I know it's the weekend. I don't do news on the weekend. Vampire bastards. Vampire scumbags.
Pecan is down in Pasco County now and in other parts of that coast. They or others like them.
Yeah, how about y'all do something useful
if there's a demand
and
for
make
that.
that barbecue food,
and they help
the
with
ready,
the repairs. They'll help muck and gut your home
out the
so
fucking
that the repairs can take
foil,
place. We're also working with
ready
Home
to
Depot
eat.
and we're working with Lowe's to be able to acquire a bunch of supplies at a bulk rate. Hopefully they donate some as well so that folks are able to do that very quickly. We are monitoring a storm that is not formed down in the same place where this Helene came from. We don't know if it's going to form. I think it's a 50% chance it's going to form. If it does form, we don't know how strong it'll be. We don't necessarily know what the track will be. There's some say it's going to go west. Some say it'll come east. We don't know. Now, we'll hope for the best. Hopefully it doesn't form. If it does form, hopefully it spares Florida. But we'll be prepared to respond to that. And I would just tell Floridians it's not something that you should be freaking out about, but it's just something you should put on your radar and just know that we could potentially have another bout of weather. This would be likely something that would come next weekend, Friday, Saturday time period, if it did come. And again, we'll know a lot more in the next 12, 24, 48 hours, but we are monitoring that. We also have authorized sending recovery and rescue assets to North Carolina. If you look at the western part of that state, that's been devastation. I mean, there's roads blown out, there's bridges. Obviously, it's very difficult terrain for anybody that's been over there. And there's a lot of people that are basically cut off. There's not a way you can really get a lot of things on the ground in there. So we have Chinook helicopters, we have Florida State Guard, we've got others that are going to go there to be able to offer assistance. And we're also looking, like we've done with Israel after October 7th, like we did when Haiti deteriorated even further. If there are Floridians in that area that need to be rescued, you can sign up for that. They're working on putting that information out, and hopefully there's not. But in that part of the country, it draws a lot of people from Florida over the summertime. I think most people probably go back to Florida around Labor Day, but not all. Some stay through October, so we'll see if there's a demand for that. But our view is if we're going to go halfway around the world and rescue people from Israel, we got to also be willing to go and bring some helicopters into the mountains and rescue people there if they need that type of assistance. With that, I'm happy to take some questions.
Can you talk about what it means to you to have all these people across the country come to Florida after a disaster like this?
Well, I think if you look in these last couple of storms we've had, particularly Ian, when you have really bad things happen, you see the good in people come out in their response, and people pull together. These organizations come here and they're working around the clock. I can't tell you how many organizations have been to Florida in the last few years, and this is no different. Now, I do think the difference between Ian and this is Ian was basically a Florida event. It crashed into Southwest Florida, went up the spine of the state, and then went out in the Atlantic Ocean around Daytona Beach. This storm, Helene, brought major impacts to Florida, of course, but we were prepared for it. We understand this happens. It kept going through Georgia and did a lot of damage in Georgia, and then to get into the North Carolina mountains and do that type of damage. So we're really grateful for folks coming here. We also know there's going to be a demand far beyond the state of Florida with the way this storm happened. So those folks that want to be helpful, one of the things we have is this Florida Disaster Fund. If you go to floridadisasterfund.org, it's a tax-deductible contribution, and that money just simply goes to these organizations to help with their mission. So you have here Operation Barbecue. You've got Rubicon that does the home improvements. There's so many different organizations that are done, and they can get grants from the Florida Disaster Fund to be able to help people in need. So, and then there's, of course, people that aren't affiliated with organizations. The churches are helping. Individuals are volunteering. We had all kind of rescues that happened in the immediate aftermath of this storm, and it was almost like clockwork. Thousands of rescues, people being able to be brought to safety. We had sheriff's departments, police departments, we had state agencies involved in that. And so I think it was a real team effort. There's a lot of work to do, but if you look, there's parts of the country now, particularly in North Carolina, where you still need rescues because of the difficult terrain and the logistics that are involved with that.
Can you kind of talk about how the state's preparing for another storm, especially since you were just starting the recovery effort with Helene?
Same as we always do. I mean, if this storm had never happened and we saw the weather that's brewing now, we would do the same thing. So we are preparing. We're doing the same thing that we would. We always hope that it doesn't happen, but we assume that we're going to have to respond. And so that's the posture that we're in right now. If we have to tweak our current state of emergency, we will do that accordingly. And we're going to know more in the next, like I said, I'd say probably 12, 24, 48-hour time period. We're going to know a lot more. There's different models that, whether it even forms, and then there's different models about the track. And basically, the further west it goes, it seems like the weaker it'll be. If it bends more east, it's likely to pick up more strength. May not be at the level that we just had, but if you just had a major hurricane, even if it's like a tropical storm, that's going to add to the damage. So we're prepared for it. We hope that we don't have to respond to it and that it just breaks up or goes somewhere else. But this is just what you have to do. Remember, there have been times in Florida, like 2005, where there were just a series of storms, and it was just happening. It seemed like every other week there was a storm. Now, hopefully that doesn't happen now, but if it does, we're going to be ready. Okay, thanks everybody. We'll have more to be over the next day or so for additional announcements. Thanks, guys. Okay.
So that was Florida Governor Ron DeSantis as he was speaking with the media. He has been touring the state today and really for the last number of days as he is at Operation Barbecue, handing out food to those affected by Hurricane Helene, and millions of people still without power. 64 individuals losing their lives in a number of states, including Florida. And so we did want to share this live look with you from Suwannee, Florida, as we were hearing from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. I wanted to share this live look with you. This is our XRAD system right here. And the National Hurricane Center posting this earlier today, saying that they are continuing to monitor a system in the West Caribbean, which has a medium chance of becoming a tropical depression around the middle part of the week. So they rate a medium as 50%. They say that folks in the Northwest Caribbean and U.S. Gulf Coast should monitor the progress. They're also monitoring another system for potential development. A system further west in the eastern tropical Atlantic has a high chance of developing, an 80% chance. And then there is a third system further east that has a low chance of tropical development. That is 20%. But two storms have a medium chance and a high chance of development. The National Hurricane Center keeping a very close eye on these systems as they get closer to the United States. And to the islands right there. We, of course, will bring you any updates as we do receive them. I also wanted to share this live look with you. This is a live look from Erie, Pennsylvania. We are expecting former President Trump to be speaking, and the shot changed just a little bit, but earlier we were taking a look at the crowds right there. Of course, as soon as the former president takes to the stage, we will bring you his remarks in their entirety. In the meantime, we are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Much more coverage to come. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 1:50 Eastern, 10:50 Pacific, and I wanted to share this live look with you. This is out of Erie, Pennsylvania, as we are expecting former President Donald Trump to take to the stage in this critical swing state of Pennsylvania. And you can see one of the gentlemen there in the crowd just waving to the camera right there, giving you a live look inside where we are expecting former President Trump to be speaking in just about 9 minutes or so. And as soon as we do see him step out onto the stage, we're going to pivot right to that and bring you in its entirety all of his remarks. But I did want to get to another event. We continue, of course, to track the very latest with Hurricane Helene, as many different counties in many different states are continuing to recover. We were sharing with you live Florida Governor Ron DeSantis speaking at a barbecue relief operation in Suwannee, Florida. And then just moments earlier, North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper talking about the just incredibly devastating flooding that North Carolina continues to face. We're going to pivot to that. We're going to monitor this live look from Erie, Pennsylvania. As soon as we do see former President Trump, we're going to head to that. But in the meantime, we do want to continue listening to North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper and other emergency officials.
Todd Hunt, Major General, Adjutant General of the North Carolina National Guard.
Thank you, Governor, and good afternoon. As was previously mentioned, the North Carolina National Guard has increased to over 500 soldiers and airmen and over 200 vehicles. Our main effort right now is to include aircraft for the affected area. We have aircraft that include hoists and emergency responders on them. And also our high water vehicles are being employed as we speak. As of this morning, our soldiers and airmen conducted numerous rescues in the western part of North Carolina, and a lot of those were air rescues. We've also moved soldiers from the central part of North Carolina into the western part of North Carolina as the roads prohibit us to do. Yesterday, we flew over 52 hours. We had 117 rescues, and of those, we rescued over 119 citizens of North Carolina, to include 11 of their pets. 7 of these rescues came within one area around the Chimney Rock area. North Carolina assets have identified people on the ground, are using social media and emergency calls to locate, identify, and rescue those stranded citizens in western North Carolina. We also rescued an infant and were able to take that infant directly to the hospital for care. The largest mission we saw and rescue was 41 people north of Asheville in Buncombe County. We've also moved over 34,000 commodities, or pounds of commodities, to include water, food, and medicine for distribution. In the past 48 hours, we've also augmented our personnel with 15 more aircraft. These are heavy lift aircraft, and they came out of the states of Connecticut, Maryland, Ohio, Iowa, Florida, South Carolina, and Pennsylvania. The North Carolina National Guard, in coordination with emergency management and first responders, are here until the mission is complete. In closing, I want to personally thank the guardians of our great state, the soldiers and citizens of North Carolina, and our first responders for their selfless service, risking their lives to protect others. I would also like to acknowledge the families of those previously mentioned, the employers and the universities of our citizens soldiers, as they go out and help fellow North Carolinians. Thank you very much, Governor.
We'll now have our Secretary of Transportation, Mr. Hopkins, come forward. Joey Hopkins.
Thank you, Governor. Our hearts go out to the people of Western North Carolina in the wake of the storm, and please know that we have DOT crews already in the area and they have begun operations. They're working hard to assess damages, and also they're beginning emergency repairs. As of 11 a.m., it's already been mentioned, we had just about 280 roads closed in Western North Carolina, and all of those are attributed to Helene. The majority of those are in Henderson, Ashe, Buncombe, Lincoln, Cleveland, Jackson, Transylvania, and Yancey counties. 52 of these are on primary routes, including 2 locations on I-40, one at mile marker 3 near the Tennessee line and the other near Old Fort. And there are dozens of other U.S. and NC routes closed. Many of the closures are due to high water, where the roadway is impassable or flooded. We also have several land and rock slides, down power lines, pipe failures, and fallen trees. Some good news though, thanks to our staff's work, a previously closed section of I-26 south of Asheville has reopened, allowing our first major route into and out of the city. Crews have also opened up a path through the slide near Old Fort on I-40 to allow some stranded vehicles and also emergency responders to pass through with assistance from the State Highway Patrol. We have more than 1,500 employees from all across our highway divisions responding to incidents related to the storm. This also includes more than 100 from eastern and central North Carolina. And we have others standing by as housing becomes available. Many of these employees have left their homes. They have their own damage to their homes and property and even family. And so I want to thank them for the work they've been doing since this storm has hit. I want to also mention that unnecessary travel is hindering our crews from doing the work to get the roads reopened. Our main message is simple. Consider all roads in western North Carolina to be closed until further notice. You can look for additional drive information and road closure details at drivenc.gov. And as our crews continue to respond to incidents, we will keep this website updated. I do want to say, though, it will take a long time to recover from the damages Helene left in its path. And we hope that everyone's patient with us as we work to evaluate the damage and also make repairs. The best thing you can do for us now is to stay home, and we'll continue to keep you updated across all of our DOT social media platforms and our website. Thank you.
So we were listening to North Carolina emergency officials as well as Governor Roy Cooper giving the very latest update in the aftermath of Hurricane Helene, talking about the devastation still in the western portion of the state and mentioning that this will be days before they are fully recovered. I did want to share this live look with you as we are expecting former President Trump to be speaking any moment now. This is a live look out of Erie, Pennsylvania right here. And Pennsylvania being a critical swing state that, of course, is very important as we continue to follow this. So we're going to continue to monitor this live look right here as we do. I'm just going to raise the audio to see what we can hear. And in the meantime, this is actually another live look. This is just coming into our studio right here. Take a look at this. This is a better look at the crowd right there in Erie, Pennsylvania, as we're anticipating former President Trump to take to the stage any moment. But as I was saying, we're also looking ahead to Tuesday as this is going to be the vice presidential debate between Ohio Senator J.D. Vance and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. So if you're going to bear with me for just a moment, I'm going to raise the audio so we can listen in, but then I'm going to bring in Richard Gordon, who is a political analyst. We are going to pivot as soon as we see former President Trump, but in the meantime, I did want to have a discussion with Richard looking ahead to Tuesday's vice presidential debate. So I'm going to raise the audio right here, listen in, and then have that conversation with political analyst Richard Gordon. listening in there, and you can see and hear the music right there because we're very sensitive to copyright issues. We're going to pivot away from that music. But as I was mentioning, I did want to bring in Richard Gordon because we are, of course, talking about the vice presidential debate that we are expecting. Candidates, as we're going to hear for the very first time Vance and Walz squaring off. You know, what are you anticipating?
Well, you know, it's sort of an interesting thing. You have two people that the country really doesn't know. I mean, J.D. Vance has been on the political scene only for 2 years. Obviously, he wrote the book, Hillbilly Elegy, a number of years ago, and they made it into a movie, but no one knows him or has heard much about him. His vice presidential launch was horrible. And still the public doesn't really know that much about him. Governor Walz has been on the political scene a heck of a lot longer, former congressman, 6-year governor, but still the country has a lot to learn about him. What do I expect? I think both of them will try to support their bosses. I think both of them will try to say things in support of what their presidential candidates have said and try to bolster that. I think Walz will present himself as he is, someone I know pretty well, as just a nice guy. And I think that Vance has more policy positions he's going to try to get across. Some of Vance's views are a little bit out of the mainstream for a lot of people, and some of the things he said, like eating dogs and cats and geese and whatever, is out there a bit. And he's also tried very hard to defend some of the things that his presidential candidate has said, which is difficult. Donald Trump is able to say certain things and we all kind of shrug, but when someone else says it, it's very, very, very difficult. And so I think what you're going to see on October 1st is each of them trying to introduce themselves to the country a little bit, each of them trying to support their bosses a lot. And they're probably each going to have to answer for some of the things they've said in the past that I don't think the public has had a lot of knowledge about. So that's largely what I look for. Look, in a big sense, does it really matter? Very few vice presidential debates have really mattered. Will it be interesting? Yeah, I think it's going to be very interesting. And for a country that's trying to figure out who the candidates are, both for the vice president and for Vice President Harris, I think it's a very strong positive for the country.
So it sounds like they're really going to be proxies for Trump and Harris. So we've only heard them on the debate stage once, and it's likely the only time that we're going to hear. Do you anticipate that they are going to be attacking both former President Trump and Vice President Harris more so than each other? Are they just going to act like proxies and pick at, really, the presidential candidate?
Well, I don't really think it serves a heck of a lot of difference to rip down each other. And I'm not saying that out of a good government and the way it should be. We can have a whole discussion on the tone and rhetoric in this campaign, which has just been awful. I mean, I think former President Trump called Kamala Harris mentally disabled last night. So, I mean, there's a lot of room you could go to make this more civil. But I don't think it serves anyone's purpose to rip down each other in this setting, because who are we voting for? You're either voting for Trump or you're voting for Harris. So I think it would be much more productive for each of them to go after the presidential candidates and rip apart their records. And frankly, there's plenty there if they want to do it. You don't have to resort to this total negativity. There's a lot in their in their records of each of the presidential candidates that gives people pause. And I think they would be much better served to do that. Sure, can Vance spend time criticizing this or that about Walz's record as governor? Will he call him a out-of-line progressive? Absolutely, count on that. But I think the majority of the time he will spend criticizing Vice President Harris. And Governor Walz, similarly, will probably go after Senator Vance for some of the outrageous things he has said But that's not where the votes are. What he'll do instead is going after former President Trump and explain to the country why he is not qualified to be president of the United States again.
Do you think there's going to be anything that comes out of this upcoming debate on Tuesday that would change the minds of viewers and voters, really, or really is this just hearing from the vice presidential candidates, but really not making any sort of change one way or the other?
First of all, I think it's a check the box for a lot of people. I think it's we live in a time, actually, if you look at the country over its history, where the vice president has become president. So it matters. But it matters more of a check the box, like, yeah, that person's okay, I can see them as president type of thing. Then I think it's going to move numbers. Look, as you and I have discussed before, there are so few undecided voters in this election. And if it's going to come down to the vice presidential candidates on each ticket, I would be absolutely stunned. I don't think that's what it's going to come down to. I'm watching a bunch of other things that I think are going to be much more important. Do I think the debate's important? Yes. Do I think it's going to get a large crowd Tuesday night? I do. People want to hear from them, and they want to hear what they have to say. But it's sort of more of a, yes, that person's acceptable. I can see them as vice president. I see why they add to the ticket. But if I had to predict, if you put a room of 100, fill the room with 100 people, 50 people go in and say they're going to vote for Trump, 50 people say they're going to vote for Harris. At the end of this, it's going to be exactly the same. I don't think it's going to move any numbers. I think it's going to solidify, if anything, more than move numbers.
So we're less than, 40 days away from the November presidential election. Pivoting from vice presidential to really just the entire race itself, what are you looking at as we are just weeks away from perhaps realizing, again, we don't know if we're going to fully know on that night, or will it be in the coming days following that, but who the next president will be?
Yeah, look, I don't think we will know on election night. I think it's going to be extraordinarily close as we get closer and closer. There's no big event between these two candidates that's going to move numbers. What I think is going to move numbers are things that are not things we're really talking about. For example, I'll give you a feel. One, there's been a massive surge in voter registration since Vice President Harris became the obvious nominee, and then since she's become the nominee. I mean, part of that was just favorability to her. Part of that is perhaps the Taylor Swift effect. I don't know. But there's been a massive surge in voter registration in very key states. Well, that's not going to show up in polling, right? They're not polling those people. On the other hand, states like Georgia have passed very restrictive laws that have kicked a lot of people, hundreds of thousands of people over the last few years, and more since the law went into effect in July, have kicked people off the rolls. I think that's going to have an effect because it hit such a major state, Georgia. People aren't really talking about the port strike. I mean, we might have a port strike Tuesday morning. Why is this important? Well, it's going to make prices surge, and it's also going to have a supply chain issue. We're going to have boats sitting off in the Atlantic Ocean who can't bring cars in, can't bring computer equipment in, can't bring whatever in. If that goes into effect, that's going to hurt Harris, because people are going to see their prices go up, and they're going to blame President Biden and the vice president. The vice president gets all the bad, none of the good. So I'm watching the port strike. I think it's very important. Israel's really important. There's the substance of it, but also this attitude or sense that what's going on in the world and things seem chaotic. So Israel's important. That could have an effect on people trying to get that message across. It's harder for Harris to get her message across because the news, rightfully so, is dominated by what's going on in Lebanon and in Gaza. So Israel's going to be a big issue. I'm watching that closely, how it affects the election. We talked a little bit before about Mark Robinson, North Carolina, calling himself, a black Nazi. And that's going to have an effect. It's going to depress vote in North Carolina. And that could really hurt Trump there. And the last thing I'll say on this, that I'm watching really closely. Look, the Hurricane Helene is a is an awful situation, and the massive human toll in this just goes, it's uncountable. It's horrible. But let's just talk about it politically for just a second. Georgia got hit really hard. Atlanta's underwater. There are big swaths of Georgia that have been severely damaged. Western North Carolina got really badly hit. If you look at it politically for a second, and obviously the human toll is what we really should be talking about, but let's just take a minute and talk about it politically, because that's why we're here. I mean, what happens if those people in Georgia can't vote? There's a good possibility they're going to be dislocated and won't be able to vote. A lot of the people in Georgia and Atlanta, for example, tend to vote Democratic. That could hurt Harris tremendously. Let's look at North Carolina, Western North Carolina. Historically voted Republican. It voted for Trump in 2016, voted for Trump in 2020, didn't vote for the incumbent Governor Cooper in either of his elections. And Asheville, by the way, was hit very, very hard. That's a Democratic area. But if you look at Western North Carolina, again, if those people are dislocated, we're only 5 weeks away. If they cannot vote, if they can't come back to their homes, or for whatever reason they can't vote, this could have a massive impact on the election. North Carolina, because of Robinson, where I think there's a reverse coattails, where the governor's race may pull Harris across the goal line, is starting to look like it's moving in her direction. Well, how does the hurricane affect this? And also, when people look at natural disasters, they look to their leaders and say, well, how did you help me get through this? And a lot of people have lost elections because of natural disasters, snow, floods, hurricanes, those type of things. How will the Biden administration step up to help the people of Georgia and North Carolina? They're going to vote on that. That is going to move numbers. And the fact that people can or cannot get to the polls, well, that is a big issue that we haven't even begun to talk about, nor should we be thinking about it at the moment. What we should be thinking about is helping those people get back on their feet and saving those communities.
But you bring up a really important point when it comes to politics, is what happens if folks in those devastated regions cannot vote. It's going to be interesting to see what, if any, impact Hurricane Helene has in respects to politics. Richard, as always, we appreciate you taking the time to join us here on Live Now from Fox.
A busy Sunday. Thank you for having me on. It's great to see you.
Absolutely. And we were speaking about the debate, and we invite you to join us here on Live Now from Fox for live coverage on Tuesday, October 1st, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. We will have coverage of the CBS News vice presidential debate, and we're going to be having a pre-analysis. We're going to bring you that debate in its entirety, and then, of course, have a panel of experts to hash everything that was said on that debate stage afterwards. So we're going to have that on Tuesday, October 1st at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, live right here on Live Now from Fox. I also wanted to share this live look with you. We are still waiting for former President Trump to arrive here in Erie, Pennsylvania. This is where he is going to be speaking with the crowd in this critical swing state. And he was scheduled to begin speaking at around 2 p.m. Eastern Time. A little behind, but that is to be expected oftentimes at these rallies. You can see, though, the crowd on their feet as they are anticipating his arrival. We, of course, will bring you that in its entirety, no commercial breaks as the former president is speaking. We do this for all of the candidates as we are just days away from the November elections. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox, continuing to monitor this live event and bring you it as it happens. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 2:16 Eastern, 11:16 Pacific on this Sunday. We are continuing to monitor this live event out of Erie, Pennsylvania, as we are expecting former President Trump to take to the stage any moment now. And as soon as he does show up and walk to the podium, we will pivot to that. In the meantime, the other major story continues to be the recovery efforts in the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. We were hearing from North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper just moments ago, and I did want to continue to play out the very latest briefing from North Carolina. I am going to put this live look here on the screen as well, so as soon as we do see former President Trump, we will pivot to that. In the meantime, let's continue to listen in to North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper.
Thank you, Secretary Hopkins. We also have with us today our FEMA partners and our Secretary of the Department of Public Safety, Eddie Buffalo. We'll now take questions from reporters who have called in.
Our first question is from Will Atwater with North Carolina Health News. Will Atwater, go ahead.
Hi, I have a two-part question. The first part is, how many hospitals across the region are functioning and to what degree? And then the second part is, how many public water systems are inoperable, and how much water is being trucked or flown in, and how long do you anticipate having to do so?
First, we've made it a primary objective to get power back to hospitals and to make sure that they are operating. I'm going to turn the answer to that question over to Secretary Cody Kinsley, Department of Health and Human Services. We also know that there is significant damage to water systems throughout western North Carolina. There is a massive effort going on now to move water and other supplies into these affected areas because we know that they're going to be needed. But I'll first ask Secretary Kinsley to come forward and then Director Ray. Secretary Kinsley.
Thank you, Governor, and thank you, Will, for that question. Our team is in active contact with all of our healthcare facilities in western North Carolina. And as of right now, all of our hospitals remain operating, albeit many of them on backup generator power and temporary water supply. We'll continue to work with our partners here at Unified Command and Director Ray as we evaluate the situation and bring supplies to the hospitals to sustain their operations.
Thanks, Will. So of the systems that we're currently tracking, 52 of them are without power. We have an additional 93 systems that are on a boil water advisory, and of those, 33 are awaiting test results to clear that advisory. We know that a combination of power, loss of power, is one contributing factor, but we also know that there's significant infrastructure damage from the amount of water that impacted a number of these communities that are going to have significant rebuild impacts for these water systems to come online. We're working with our federal partners to look at some official engineering evaluation, scoping some of those projects to determine whether this is a simple repair that's going to be needed or whether we're talking an extensive overhaul of a jurisdiction's water system. Because those are significant lifts and challenges, we are preparing our operation to continue to move commodities into those impacted areas, particularly food and water, for an extended duration of time. As you heard a number of folks reference today, we are looking at multiple avenues to surge commodities into these impacted areas. We know there are a number that have incredibly limited or no access. There are still people that are in desperate need of water and food. For that reason, we're looking at both ground transportation routes as they become more available, while also utilizing some of the air bridge that we have discussed today and previously using rotor wing aircraft. We're also discussing other major lift options of commodities into the impacted area, with the goal being to sustain this for a period of time. Again, as the governor and others have said, this is a significant impact and one that we are, I think, preparing to respond to for some time.
Next question.
Our next question is from Ray Gronberg with the North Carolina Tribune in Bismarck, North Carolina. Go ahead, Ray.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. More for Joey Hopkins than anything else. How are you all going to, prioritize the major road repairs, such as the one that filed Marker 3 on I-40?
We know that these transportation repairs are going to be significantly expensive to do. We want to make sure that we're prioritizing main routes. The first thing we want to do is to make sure we get help to people, and so there are temporary solutions being worked on to make sure we get trucks in. But I'm going to turn that question over to Secretary Hopkins.
Thank you, Governor. Thanks for the question, Ray. So in general, we're going to prioritize the interstates and US and NC routes ahead of the secondary routes. But also we've got to look at how much damage we have, like the one you mentioned near the Tennessee line. That's a significant amount of damage. And so even though it's a top priority of ours, it will take a long time to fix that. We're probably talking months at best. We've still got to evaluate that and do some assessments out there before we can determine what that solution is. But we're also, in addition to those priorities, we're also looking at communities that may be cut off and trying to find those neighborhoods and communities and get them access restored back so they can get back and get the commodities and get the food and water that they need too. So that'll also be a priority as we continue to work our way through all the damage and find these other areas.
Next question.
Our next question is from Will Michaels with WUNC Radio. Go ahead, Will.
Thank you so much and good afternoon. Just one point of clarification.
All right, so we're listening to North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper as he is answering questions from the media. But I do want to pivot to this because we do see that former President Trump has arrived in Erie, Pennsylvania, and we are expecting him to speak to the crowd momentarily. Pennsylvania, of course, being a key swing state, and we see that he is walking up to the podium right there, pausing from time to time to take photos with his supporters right there as well. And this comes just 2 days before his running mate, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, takes to the debate stage in New York City against Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, who is Vice President Harris's running mate right there. We do see that he is about to step up and speak to the crowd right there. So we are going to raise the audio and listen in. We will not be taking any commercial breaks as we do want to listen in its entirety to former President Trump. This is what we have been doing for each and every candidate during this critical election season right there. So you can see that he is taking his time greeting the crowd in Erie, Pennsylvania. We're going to raise the audio and listen in as he is expected to speak momentarily. All right, and so we do see that the music is still up. So what we're going to do, just because of copyright's sake, we don't want to air any of the songs that we don't have copyright for. But once we do see that he is walking up to the microphone, we will once again raise that audio as this is happening right now in Erie, Pennsylvania. He will be speaking at this campaign rally. Pennsylvania being one of the critical states during this election season. And we've been speaking with political analysts saying that this is going to be a nail-biter of a race. Let's listen in.
Thank you. Whoa. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. What a crowd.
Look, I gotta clean the house up, so you can watch this shit.
We've got till the last day is November 30th. There's a lot of action out there across the Caribbean, the Atlantic now, spots that we're watching. We had Joyce, right, and Isaac, and we've got more to come possibly. We're going to detail it all for you. We are Fox Weather, your Hurricane HQ.
PBM.
Let's charge a little bit more for that one.
So they decide what I pay?
And we take half.
When your bedroom has everything you need, it's okay to give everything else a rest. Welcome to the Good Night Club. Find your dream bedroom at IKEA.
This was the Flowery Bridge. This is the main road. This is Memorial Bridge. Crested the bridge last night. All those houses.
And welcome back, everybody. Sunday afternoon here in Roswell, Georgia, which is a northern suburb of Atlanta. And behind me is the Chattahoochee River. And I'll tell you what, this thing has gone down pretty quickly. It crested on Friday at 3 p.m., about 822 feet above sea level. Now it's fallen by about 11 feet, but we're still seeing flooding along the Chattahoochee farther down to the south. So when you get away from Atlanta, we don't have any more flood warnings around here. They're all south. And you talk about not just this river, but the Flint River, the Ocmulgee down by Macon, also the Oconee River by Athens, Georgia. And of course, the Savannah River has some high water spots also. But walking around town in Atlanta in the metro area early this morning, it's like a typical Sunday day after a big football game. Everybody's angry that Georgia lost to Alabama again, and now they're talking about NFL football. So things are coming back to normal here. They're not coming back to normal up to the north, though. So we've got all kinds of issues going up in that area. Heavy rain, still a big effect out there for Virginia, but the rain peeled through North Carolina, and now we're left up with a cleanup. And you talk about heavy rain. We had about 30 inches outside of Asheville, North Carolina, just to the north and to the east in Yancey County. Almost 30 inches in 3 days, and it took its toll big time. Asheville, just a lot of destruction. And that's where Kiana Lewis is right now. She's in Asheville, North Carolina. She got up there from Tallahassee, Florida. And Kiana, first of all, how was that trip to get up there? How did you get up there?
Bob, it was such a challenging trip. And of course, the story is not mine, but I just want to kind of highlight how hard it is to access Asheville. All flights in or out of Asheville at the time that I was traveling were getting canceled. I had a flight out. It's still canceled. So it looks like they're still having those challenges. Asheville itself doesn't have any service. It doesn't have much power. It's sporadic throughout the city at this point today. It was completely the opposite yesterday. We had limited to no power or access across the city. I'm standing here at the French Broad River because this is one of the main reasons why a lot of the area is either without power or maybe without service or maybe even without any type of being able to travel around the city in itself. The river overflowed its banks. If you look at the trees that we're capturing now, just off towards, say, the left of that is actually a running park. So that's not even part of the river. The river started, the current starts off towards the right of those trees. We still have a lot of debris out here. That's one of the main things that we have been encountering. The debris causing some of those mudslides still. We had a hard time, really hard time getting to our hotel yesterday. We had to drive very carefully. There's parts of roadways that are missing. They have completely collapsed or partially collapsed. So it just goes to show how parts of Asheville are still impassable at this point in time. We're looking upstream of the river because this is one of the only rivers that actually flows from south to north. So as we look at the current here, it's still picking up. It's still pretty active at this point in time. A lot of the trees, as you can see, are either like halfway bent over or they're completely uprooted at this point. That's another big thing. Trees still closing any type of roadways or any type of ways to get into this part of the art district. This is a really big area. I think a lot of folks were excited about this area because it was still getting renovated. There's still a lot of things that they wanted to do with it. And unfortunately, it was underwater less than 48 hours ago.
Yeah, that entire area is such a huge tourist attraction right now. You start to see the leaves changing about this time of year. You've got the Biltmore Estate, which is just a little bit over from where you're located. And I can imagine, do you see any high water marks on any of the buildings? What does it look like now that some of the water has receded?
Yesterday we were by a building that had a high water mark, but I can actually show you from this side of the river and this perspective. Rick, we're going to toss around a bit where we had the water that came so far up across parts of the walkway that notice that all of the trees and greenery next to the river are actually kind of peeled back towards this way, or towards one way, indicating that the rain and the water had pushed all of this in one direction. And part of the bridge, this entry to the bridge, what you're looking at is actually a bike path. We talked to a biker who told us that she would come here every Sunday. This is an area that bikers typically do come to. And unfortunately, halfway about down that bike path, it's still covered in water. So she really couldn't do her biking today. I talked to some residents. That's their only form of some type of entertainment at this time.
America's hospitals go the extra mile to provide quality health care to our patients.
No one is turned away or denied the critical care they need.
America's hospitals and health systems are here for you.
Every hour, every day, for everyone.
I have, unfortunately, not necessarily a rock slide. I haven't seen it in action. I've been seeing a lot of the roadways or even like the crosswalks completely collapse or even partially collapse or start to buckle. That was as of yesterday. We actually heard one after we got off the air with you guys. What I have seen, though, are mudslides. So there are areas along, there's these back roads, and they're really windy, but they're also covered with a lot of trees in between the mountains. We saw a number of mudslides, so trees completely sliding down the side of this roadway, covering some roadways. We had a couple of crews that we ran across last night that were trying to move some of these trees out of the way so that this community had access in or out of it. It was one way in and one way out, and that was an area that really had caught the brunt of maybe the mudslides as well as even the downed trees.
That's one of the most scary things you can see, Kiana, is a mudslide, no question about it. Kiana Lewis, great job up there. Great reporting and with all the commentary. We'll check back in with you in a little bit. Let's bring Ari into it right now, and let's talk about North Carolina, Ari, because you talk about a tremendous amount of rain dropping in one spot. Then you add to it the wind that all came in, and like Kiana just said, we got rock slides and mudslides that they're dealing with, along with the flash flood emergencies, too.
I think it's finally starting to sink in for a lot of people that don't live in the affected areas today. You know, yesterday I saw a lot of stuff floating around on social media with people saying, you know, the media is neglecting this huge catastrophe in this story. You know, why don't you have reporters out there? Well, the reason is that we literally could not get there. You know, I mean, it was impossible to get to that area yesterday. It was cut off from the rest of the country, the rest of the world, and they didn't have service. You know, I-40, I-26 had collapsed in some spots. And if you've ever visited Asheville, you know, I lived in Atlanta for the last 10 years. My wife and I definitely contributed to the tourist economy up there in Asheville. It's a beautiful area, especially this time of year. You know, we've talked about this, the foliage. It was crazy to see the amount of water around that Biltmore Estate. That was a spot that we visited a lot. And, you know, you just think about how many roads there are that have been just completely washed away, especially, you know, some of these back roads and even the huge interstates that come into town. So today, finally starting to get people in there and seeing the enormity of the situation. This is the worst flooding that we've had in modern history in this area. And this is going to be the type of thing, Bob, I don't know if you agree. I mean, this is going to be the type of thing. It's going to take years to recover in a lot of places. And some of these smaller communities that pretty much got wiped out, I'd say there are places that, you know, might not even be a place anymore. That's how enormous this situation is.
I don't disagree with you. It's going to take a long time. I-40 is that main thoroughfare, right? It's a highway. I mean, it goes right in between the two states in Tennessee and North Carolina right there. It's the fastest way to get there if you live up in the mountains. And if that's shut down, I mean, that is going to be a headache for really millions of people for the next at least year. But they're going to obviously try to rebuild it. The only problem is you've got a lot of rain, a lot of erosion, so you really have to send out the crews and figure out what bridge has got what kind of damage, what overpass, what span, and that is going to take forever.
It really is. And when you look at the situation that led up to this, it was pretty much, I would say, like a worst case scenario, because we started off in an area that had drought, right? So ground is pretty dry. You know, sometimes when you've got a drought going on, the ground can kind of act like concrete and it doesn't absorb all the water right away, and you end up with excessive runoff, that type of situation. But the track that this storm took, it was after there was a slow-moving front that came through, right? So there was a frontal system that dumped a lot of rain. It wasn't just a little bit of rain. It stuck around. We had training showers over the same spots. And then, of course, you had Helene come in, and now it's kind of set up shop over that region. Now, the rain that we get over the next couple of days, it's going to be generally pretty light. The water has receded now, so, you know, we're not going to see anything close to what we saw over the last couple of days. 34 flash flood emergencies, though. I mean, that number still just blows my mind. It's so rare to even see one or two.
34.
Yeah, that's what it says
34.
on this graphic.
What was that, the span of the entire storm?
Yeah, I think the entire storm.
Because it was 28 the last time we were talking.
I think that was the one-day total. This was for the entire storm, yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Roger that. I get it. Yeah, totally. And you're right. We're going to see the pockets of rain building up today because we still have instability to talk about. That upper level low that had the original energy there and now what's rest of Helene circulating around, it's going to cause some thunderstorm action later today. But like we were talking about, it'll be nothing compared to what they had. So just some runoff is all you're going to see. You're not going to see any damage out of this when it comes to more mudslides, but you're going to see some issues trying to clean things up for sure. But I think the heaviest rain by far, at least remnant-wise, is going to go up the north just a little bit farther. But North Carolina, man, you guys really are taking a shot. You've got so many people right now without power up there, and at least the humidity isn't as bad when you add to the heat. So you don't have the same issues as you do in Florida with the heat index feeling like about 100 to 102 some spots. But still, I mean, it's miserable. What are you going to do?
Yeah, and, you know, we've talked about the economic impact this is going to have. It's going to be felt for a long time, and actually for a lot of people. And, you know, you think about the bigger things at first, like the tourism industry. And then, you know, I'm scrolling through Twitter here, and there's a spot in Western North Carolina where apparently
America's hospitals go the extra mile to provide quality health care to our patients.
No one is turned away or denied the critical care they need.
America's hospitals and health systems are here for you.
Every hour, every day, for everyone.
We will talk about that. We're going to, you know, go back out live plenty of times to Western North Carolina now that we can finally get in. And yeah, Florida's taken a pretty hard hit too. A lot of people have been affected by this storm. We're going to talk about it more after the break.
America's hospitals go the extra mile to provide quality health care to our patients.
No one is turned away or denied the critical care they need.
America's hospitals and health systems are here for you.
Every hour, every day, for everyone.
From what my landlord had told me, the water was up over the hood, but I'm here and I'm alive. Just to see all the destruction, everybody's cars was affected, and if you walk through the village, every one of the stores have been destroyed.
Every single day we're getting more video, and it's scarier and scarier every time we see it. And it's just heartbreaking when you continue to see all the devastation mounting up between Florida through Georgia, the Carolinas now stretching into Virginia, Tennessee. We've got all these issues that are developing. Welcome back, everybody. Let me show you what we're watching now. We've got cloudy skies kind of going in and out in the northern suburbs of Atlanta right now. That upper level low, all remnants of Helene spinning around across the middle part of the mid-Atlantic states, gradually drifting over to the east. But we've got some pockets of drizzle out here. The Chattahoochee, though, is down. It was way up just a couple days ago, peaked with its surge about 822 feet above sea level on Friday afternoon. Now it's 11 feet below. And it's a regular Sunday. Just about an hour and a half ago, I taped the crew members going in there practicing. So it's a regular Sunday in Atlanta, but it's not the same when you get up the north a bit farther. Ari, I'll bring you in right now because I tweeted it out because I couldn't believe it. It didn't seem like a hurricane had roared through here just 2 days ago.